Okay, I think we'll get started. Thanks everyone for being here. Welcome to council meeting number 45 of certainly this year, 2022, and it's Wednesday, December 14th, and we're meeting at 6:30 p.m. Before I begin, just a couple of announcements, if you will. First of all, today is Norma Fisher's 101st birthday. She joins the illustrious ranks of women and men who are older than 100 in our community, including Jean Knapp, who's 102. And I know there are many other centenarians in our community or beyond, so not to miss out on others, but we all know the special place that Norma occupies in the heart of many in this community, so we just wanted to recognize her birthday in particular. At the same time, we wanted to extend our sincere condolences for the tragic passing of Kimberly Waters Wilson. She was beloved in this community and leaves behind a very large family and has left us far too early. So I know there's a lot of sad hearts this evening in regards to Ms. Wilson's passing. So we just wanted, on behalf of council, to extend our very sincere condolences. And I know there will be a memorial service and some other events to celebrate her life in the coming weeks. So you can watch for those. So with that, I'll call the meeting to order. We are going to start with the Committee of Adjustment meeting this evening. It's the shorter of the two meetings we'll have, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Debbie Wood, who's the clerk for Committee of Adjustment meetings, and she'll carry things forward.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, as Secretary-Treasurer, I'd like to declare the Committee of Adjustment meeting as opened at 6:38 p.m. Our first order of business this evening is to appoint Mayor Nancy Peckford as chair to the Committee of the Adjustment for the term of the committee. So I'll be looking for a mover and a seconder, please. Kristen and Debbie. So that motion is carried. And we can move on to any disclosures of interest, if you want me to continue.
You need to continue.
All right. Is there any disclosures of interest for this evening?
Disclosures, colleagues? Okay.
Perfect. On to my blurb. The Committee of Adjustment will now hold a public meeting to consider application A1322 for lands located at 194 Black Horse Drive, Plan 15M35, Lot 28, Geographic Township of Oxford-on-Rideau, now the Municipality of North Grenville, to increase the permitted lot coverage to allow the construction of a new deck. I must advise you that this meeting is your opportunity to voice any objections or concerns you may have with respect to the minor variance application. If an appellant does not provide oral submissions at this public meeting or written submissions before the committee makes the decision on the proposed variance application, the Ontario Lands Tribunal may refuse to consider their objections. I, Debbie Wood, Secretary-Treasurer, will keep a record summary of this meeting. Any persons who wish further notice of the committee's decision concerning this matter should give their full name, address, and postal code to myself following adjournment of this public meeting. Are there any people here for this public meeting? If so, can you please acknowledge?
So this is the public meeting for a minor variance for 194 Black Horse Drive. Is there first one?
Correct.
Anyone here for that meeting? Seeing not? All right. We'll carry on.
I will now pass the meeting over to Phil Mosher, Deputy Director of Planning and Development, who will provide an overview of the application for 194 Black Horse Drive.
Thank you, Ms. Wood, and thank you, Your Worship. Could we go to the next slide, please? So as mentioned, the request for variance relief here is to increase the lot coverage to provide relief from 1541S of the zoning bylaw amendment to allow a lot coverage of 47%, increasing from 45% for the purpose of a deck. Next slide, please. This is the subject property located within Equinel. It's backing onto the golf course, estate lot subdivisions to the west, into the Settlers Grant phases 5 and 6, and generally located within the Equinel subdivision. Next slide, please. So this is a zoomed in view of what they would like to do. You can see that there's an existing deck shown in red, as well as the proposed deck in green. This deck, as it's proposed, would not be located closer to any lot lines in violation of the zoning bylaw, and so the only change that's being requested is the increase in lot coverage. Next slide, please. So it is more consistent with recent developments and other types of site-specific zone amendments that have been passed in different subdivisions recently. It, again, would comply with all zone requirements, and it would not allow construction within any of the drainage easements for the subdivision. Next slide, please. So no comments were received from any neighboring property owners as a result of the circulation, and it was circulated in accordance with the Planning Act and notice posted. We did receive a letter of no objection from the Rideau Valley Conservation Authority, a letter of no comment from Emergency and Protective Services, a note from Public Works that to ensure that the drainage easement would not be obstructed. And we did receive an email from Mr. and Mrs. Cleveley. They're unable to attend tonight as they're out of the country, but they would like this to have been read, so they wanted to thank North Grenville Committee of Adjustment for considering the minor variance request, and they hope it would be approved as requested. They indicate that they were looking to build the uncovered deck in their backyard attached to the rear of their house within their property boundaries. It's similar in size and location, attached to the house to many other decks on the same street, Black Horse Drive and elsewhere in Equinell, and they look forward to the committee's approval of this variance request and to say thanks. Next slide, please. So staff's recommendation is that the variance application be supported for the minor increase in lot coverage at 194 Black Horse Drive. The requested variance is minor, the intent of the zoning bylaw is maintained, and the official plan as well. And the increased lot coverage is desirable for lands within the residential designation. And that concludes my report, but I'm happy to answer questions if there are any.
Colleagues, any questions? Can I have a mover and a seconder then for the motion? Do we have to close the public meeting first? No, we're good. Okay. Councillor Sullivan, Councillor Strachian, thank you. Any comments or questions on the application? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Good. Thank you. That passes. Back over to you, Ms. Woods.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Next on the agenda, the Committee of Adjustment will now hold a public meeting to consider application A1422 for lands located at 406 Oxford Street East, Plan 11, Lot 57, geographic town of Kemptville, now the municipality of North Grenville, to permit a driveway for the exclusive use of the proposed additional residential unit. I must advise you that this meeting is your opportunity to voice any objections or concerns you may have with respect to the proposed minor variance application. If an appellant does not provide oral submissions at this public meeting or written submission before the committee makes the decision on the proposed variance application, the Ontario Land Tribunal may refuse to consider their objections. I, Debbie Wood, Secretary Treasurer, will keep a record summary of this meeting. Any persons who wish further notice of the committee's decision concerning this matter should give their full name, address, and postal code to myself following adjournment of this public meeting. Are there any people here for this public meeting for 406 Oxford Street East?
Anyone here for 406? Okay, one. Thank you.
I will now pass the meeting over to Phil Mosher, Deputy Director of Planning and Development, who will give an overview of the application for 406 Oxford Street East.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. Could we have the next slide, please? So some time ago, the Council passed a general amendment to North Grenville's comprehensive zoning bylaw to allow accessory dwelling units as of right within certain zones within the municipality. There's certain criteria to be met when establishing any accessory dwelling unit, and the specific criteria, among other things, require that there only be one driveway for the existing home plus the ADU. So the request that's being presented tonight is a specific relief from Section 612C to allow a second driveway at the subject property to allow access to the accessory dwelling unit. Next slide, please. So the subject property is located on Oxford Street. It's within an older town, an older part of the town of Kemptville. You can see to the south, there's Curry Park. To the west and a little bit to the south would be the downtown core. North and off the slide here would be County Road 43, and then to the east would be Court Street, other streets within North Grenville. Next slide, please. So this is a zoomed-in view somewhat of the proposed site development. While there have been architectural plans that have been submitted for the purpose of this application, I'm just depicting the site plan that's been submitted. The existing driveway is the one that's located on the right, the smaller of the two red circles. And then where there's the larger oval, that would be the new driveway, which would provide access to the yet to be constructed portion of the home, which would be the accessory dwelling unit. Next slide, please. So we did ask Public Works to perform a site visit and advise if there was any issues with the establishment from a line of sight or road operation maintenance perspective, and they advised that there were no issues from that department. And the additional driveway would allow access to the accessory dwelling unit, and it's an acceptable parking arrangement. Next slide, please. At the time that the slide deck was prepared, we had not received any comments from neighboring property owners. However, we did receive a request for information that was submitted by a nearby resident. Once the information had been provided by Ms. Wood, an indication was given back to staff that all the questions had been answered based on the information that was provided. We received a letter of no objection from the Rideau Valley Conservation Authority, a no comment letter from Emergency and Protective Services, as well as a note from the building department that a building permit would be required. Next slide, please. So staff recommends supporting the variance to allow an additional driveway at the subject property. In our view, the requested variances are minor. The intent of the comprehensive zoning bylaw and official plan are being maintained, and the ability to construct an additional driveway is seen to further the goals of the municipality. And that concludes my presentation, but I'm happy to answer questions.
So any questions, colleagues, in regards to this? Okay. Are there any questions or comments from the public? Or from the one member of the public? What's that? The owner, the applicant. Excellent. Okay. I assume the applicant is satisfied with the presentation? Okay, great. All right. So then I'll look for a mover and a seconder for this particular variance, please. Councillor Sullivan, Councillor Strachian, thank you. Given that you've had no questions, I'll move to the vote. All in favor, please. Thank you. That passes. Thank you very much. Back over to you, Ms. Woods.
All right, next on the agenda. The Committee of Adjustment will now hold a public meeting to consider application A1522 for lands located at 107 George Street West, Lot 26, Concession 3, geographic town of Kemptville, now the municipality of North Grenville, to increase the permitted lot coverage for accessory structures to facilitate the request for a detached accessory structure on the property. I must advise you that this meeting is your opportunity to voice any objections or concerns you may have with respect to the proposed minor variance application. If an appellant does not provide oral submissions at this public meeting or written submissions before the committee makes a decision on the proposed variance application, the Ontario Land Tribunal may refuse to consider their objections. I, Debbie Wood, Secretary Treasurer, will keep a record summary of this meeting. Any persons who wish further notice of the committee's decision concerning this matter should give their full name, address, and postal code to myself following adjournment of this public meeting. Are there people here for this public meeting, and if so, could you please acknowledge? Applicant. So I'll now pass the meeting over to Phil Mosher, Deputy Director of Planning and Development, who will give an overview of the application for 107 George Street West.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. Next slide, please. So the nature of this relief is to provide specific relief from Section 612AI to allow an increase in the permitted lot coverage for accessory structures at the property from 5% to 6.3%, and this would facilitate the request for a detached accessory structure. So some time ago, there was a change to comprehensive zoning bylaw that limited the amount of accessory structure lot coverage that could be permitted on specific lots of specific size. This is quite a small lot itself, and the accessory structure would be over the cap that has been established, and we'll get into that a little bit more. Next slide, please. This is the subject property located on George Street. It's in a residential area. The Southbridge Center is located nearby just to the west. The commercial shopping center is located to the north. Next slide, please. This is a proposed site development plan. It's a little bit difficult to make out at the scale here, but what we can see is to the north in the dark gray shading is the proposed shed and office. There's the existing home located in the lighter gray with the carport attached just to the west and the driveway coming down onto George Street West. So there are some zone statistics that are shown on this map. I believe they're illegible at this scale, but what I can say is that even with the increased lot coverage for accessory structures, all structures on the property would not exceed lot coverage. And importantly, the structure would not be located too close to neighboring dwellings or structures on the other property. Next slide, please. In our view as staff, the minor increase in lot coverage is consistent with lot coverage in more recent developments. Indeed, this is an older lot in an older part of town, and the R1 zone standard establishes a 30% maximum for lot coverage, which is not the same afforded to newer, more recent subdivisions. The proposed shed would comply with all zone requirements, and again, even with the increase in lot coverage, the total lot coverage would not exceed 30% that's permitted by the zoning standards. Next slide, please. No comments were received from any neighboring property owners. A letter of no objection was received from Rideau Valley Conservation Authority, a letter of no comment from the Emergency and Protective Services Division, and a note from the Building Division that a building permit is required. Next slide, please. Based on this, staff recommends supporting the variance to allow a minor increase in lot coverage for an accessory structure at 107 George Street West. The variance is minor, the intent of the official plan and zoning bylaws are maintained, and the increased lot coverage is desirable and appropriate for the residential designation. That concludes my report, but I'm happy to answer questions.
Colleagues, any questions on this one? Oh, just one second. If there's a comment or question from a member of the public, is it possible to come down, or we can repeat your question if we can hear it? Is it a business? Is the applicant a business owner? Mr. Mosher? Okay. So yes, we're confirming it is a business, correct? Okay, you just wanted to confirm what it was? Indeed, okay. So if I'm understanding you correctly, you have no objections at this time? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, appreciate it. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Anyone else here for this application? Seeing none, I'll just go to council colleagues. Any questions from council on this? I'm not seeing any. Okay, so then I'll look for a mover and a seconder for the motion, please. Councillor Wilson, Councillor O'Sullivan. I should acknowledge Councillor Barclay is not with us tonight, unfortunately. He's come down with the infamous flu that's going around, so he's absent this evening. Thank you, Councillor O'Sullivan. If there's nothing more to add on this application, I will call the vote. All in favor, please. Good, that carries. Thanks to the applicant and member of the public for being here. Thank you. Over to you, Ms. Woods.
And last but not least, the Committee of Adjustment will now hold a public meeting to consider application number A1622 for lands located at 2645 River Road, Lot 26, Concession 1, Geographic Township of Oxford-on-Rideau, now the Municipality of North Grenville, to reduce the required front yard setback to allow construction of a detached garage. I must advise you that this meeting is your opportunity to voice any objections or concerns you may have with respect to the proposed minor variance application. If an appellant does not provide oral submissions at this public meeting or written submission before the committee makes a decision on the proposed variance application, the Ontario Land Tribunal may refuse to consider their objections. I, Debbie Wood, Secretary-Treasurer, will keep a record summary of this meeting. Any persons who wish further notice of the committee's decision concerning this matter should give their full name, address, and postal code to myself following adjournment of this meeting. Are there people here for this public meeting, and if so, could you please acknowledge?
Okay. And are you the applicants or concerned members of the public?
So I'm the agent, Tracy Zander.
Great.
And the applicant.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
I will now pass the meeting over to Phil Mosher, Deputy Director of Planning and Development, who will give an overview of the application for 2645 River Road.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. Next slide, please. So there's several requests that are being presented with this application. Fundamentally, it's seeking to establish a garage within the required front yard setback of the subject property. The specific relief being requested is a reduction of doing a little mental math in my head, 8.7 meters from 12 to allow the garage to be constructed at a 3.3 meter setback from the front yard. As will be shown in the next slide, the subject property is located adjacent to floodplain, as well as there's some floodplain on the property, and adjacent provincially significant wetland. So we could go to the next slide, please. So this outlined in blue shows the subject property. You can see the Kempville Creek wetland. I think it's the Kempville Creek 2, provincially significant wetland, delineated in the greenish color here, which is denoted by EP for Environmental Protection Zone. And then coming onto the property itself, there is a portion of floodplain kind of to the western boundary and then closer to the Rideau River itself. Looking at the road, this is River Road. To the south would be the Equinell development, golf course, etc. To the west, that's just the tip of the Beckett's Landing. If we could go to the next slide, please. So this is a proposed site development plan, and I'm going to do my best to describe what's being proposed. Towards the bottom of the image, in the hatched area, is where the proposed garage would be constructed. Again, it's showing a setback of 3.3 meters from River Road, where 12 is the requirement. Part of the nature of the request is because you'll also see just to the north of where the shed is located, the septic field system. And there's a requirement under the Ontario Building Code to be located at least 5 meters from that. So through several versions and iterations of this application, the applicants have made the application for this orientation and this size and dimension structure within the front yard. There's a dashed line to the west which outlines the floodplain zone itself. There is a zone requirement within North Grenville zoning bylaw that says if you are adjacent to floodplain, you have to be a minimum of 5 meters from the floodplain. This structure is closer, it's about 5, but it's still not within the floodplain. And again, there's a requirement for lot coverage. The total that could be permitted for accessory structures at this property is 3%. With the addition of this structure, the applicant would be over the 3% cap. And so again, through some back and forth with the applicant and some discussions, there is an area outlined in red towards the north, closest to the Rideau River. Some of those accessory structures would be removed in order to allow there to be no excess of lot coverage above 3%. This is important because of the goals for North Grenville's official plan. When you're adjacent provincially significant wetlands as well as floodplains, there is a requirement established within these documents for 30 meters. So there's some grandfathered structures here, but there's an improvement being made. So there's a bit of a trade occurring, which is seen to be good land use planning. It's removing some of the structures closer to the river itself and allowing the garage to be constructed outside the floodplain, no closer to the wetland than exists with the other structures, and generally representing good planning. Next slide, please. I think I've said all of this. We did ask Public Works about this matter, and through some back and forth, they confirmed that there is no issue from a road operation or maintenance perspective with the structure being located 3.3 meters from the front yard, and the structure is being offset by the removal of some other accessory structures on the property. Next slide, please. We didn't receive any comments from neighboring property owners. We did receive a letter of no objection from the Rideau Valley Conservation Authority with some additional notes, including that the structure is located outside the floodplain, which they thought was great, and that removal of offsetting structures was supported by that office. They did note that at the time the comments were provided, a regulatory permit would be required. Next slide, please. Also received a note from the building department that a building permit would be required and a no comment letter from the Emergency and Protective Services. Next slide, please. So staff recommends supporting the variance to allow for reduction in the required front yard at 2645 River Road with some conditions. Conditions are permitted to be implemented through decisions of the Committee of Adjustment, and the two that would be implemented here would be confirmation of the removal of the 20 meters squared of offsetting structure closer to the river, and a condition to maintain a vegetative buffer in front of the garage in perpetuity. Next slide, please. In our view, based on this, the requested variance is minor. The intent of the comprehensive zoning bylaw and official plan is being maintained, and the offsetting removal and location of a structure outside the floodplain is seen as good planning. That concludes my report, but I'm happy to answer questions if there are any.
Questions, colleagues, in terms of this particular proposal? I'm not seeing anything. Any comments from the applicant or the applicant's representative? Okay, excellent. And Mr. Mosher, you're confident that this proposal satisfies some of those conservation interests while at the same time meeting the needs of the homeowner?
Yeah, through the back and forth, and I did speak to Mr. Resnick before the meeting. I'm not going to speak for him, but I note that he's not come down to the mic, and we did receive the letter of no objection from the Conservation Authority, as well as a statement of support for the offsetting removal of some structures.
Excellent. It's good to see the Conservation Authority being flexible and a little bit nimble from time to time, so we appreciate that. So colleagues, if there's nothing else, then I will ask for a mover and a seconder then for this particular variance. Councillor Wilson? Councillor Sullivan, great. And if there are no other comments, I will call the vote. All in favor, please? Good. Okay. That passes. So Ms. Woods, now to close the Committee of Adjustment meeting.
Just a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, and we'll need a mover and a seconder. Okay. Councillor Sullivan, Councillor Strachan, thank you. All right. So our Committee of Adjustment meeting is now concluded, and we're going to move on to our council meeting. And our council meeting is where some of the other major planning matters will be addressed this evening. These are two separate meetings. They're treated as distinct. We used to do the Committee of Adjustment meetings after our other planning meetings, but found that for minor variances, it was better to deal with them up front and not have people wait sometimes a couple of hours to have those matters addressed. So we'll now go back to the convening of our council meeting. I'm calling that meeting to order now, colleagues, and I'll invite a member of council to read our land acknowledgement. This is something that council's been doing now for almost a year as part of our commitment to truth and reconciliation. Councillor Wilson, go ahead. I'm sorry, apologies. Councillor Sullivan.
The municipality of North Grenville acknowledges that the municipality operates on the unceded and unsurrendered territory of the Anishinaabe. We honor the historic relationship of the Haudenosaunee and Huron-Wendat peoples to this land. We recognize all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit who now call North Grenville their home. We respect and support the need for cultivating a strong relationship with all Indigenous peoples, and we look forward to continuing this conversation and fostering the path towards reconciliation.
Thank you, Councillor Sullivan. So I'll now look to approval of the agenda. Colleagues, the agenda is before you this evening as presented. I will ask for a mover and a seconder for that agenda. Councillor Wilson? Councillor Sullivan? Fantastic. Any comments or questions in regards to the agenda this evening? Okay, then I'll call the vote. All in favor, please. Thank you. So we have our agenda. Disclosures of interest. Colleagues, this is in regards to any perceived real financial benefit or loss arising from any item on the agenda this evening. Any disclosures? Seeing none, we'll move on. And we just have two sets of minutes from our previous meeting, and that is previous meetings of October 12th and November 7th. Can I look for a mover and a seconder for the adoption of those minutes? Councillor Strachan, Councillor Wilson, thank you. Any comments on both those sets of minutes? I know our clerk has been doing a great job. Thank you, Ms. Workman. Seeing none, I will call the vote. All in favor? Thank you. That carries. So now, before we get into the substance of our planning matters this evening, which include two public meetings, we're going to ask our CEO, Mr. Dyke, to speak to a long-standing matter, which is the OPP Detachment Board proposals. And I think Mr. Dyke will walk you through what has been a fairly lengthy process to convene, or I should say reconfigure, detachment boards. This was a ministry directive from the province, and it's really taken, I think, almost 3 years to come to fruition. So I'll invite Mr. Dyke to walk us through the proposal.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the members of the public and members of council. You are quite correct. The legislation was changed by the province approximately 3 years ago. It was supposed to be implemented two years ago. There was delays at the provincial level. In the interim, we met with our partner municipalities within the former Grenville County, which included Prescott, Edwardsburg, Cardinal, Augusta, Marrickburg, Wolford, and ourselves, to determine on what the new makeup of the Police Services Board would be, the new detachment boards, which would replace the Police Services Board. There was an original submission that was approved by council back in 2021, I believe it was, which had North Grenville with a standalone detachment board, the rural municipalities would have a board, and Prescott would have a standalone board. That original proposal wasn't supported by Augusta Township at the time. And then we were delayed with the municipal election. And when that came and there was a reconvening of the municipalities afterwards, and there was a consensus among the municipalities to modify the submission to the province would include 2 detachment boards, which would include North Grenville partnering with Merrickville-Wolford for 1 detachment board, and in Prescott, Edwardsboro, Cardinal, and Augusta would form the 2nd detachment board. The principal difference between the two is before we had a standalone detachment board, which was a 5-member board. The new board will actually be comprised, it'll be a composite board of the 2 municipalities in our specific case, which will become advanced into a 9-member board. With the breakdown as follows. There'd be 5 community members, 4 from North Grenville, 1 from Merrickville-Wolford, 2 provincial appointees, which is 1 from North Grenville, 1 from Merrickville-Wolford, and 2 council reps, 1 from each of the municipalities going forward. Logistics for the operation of the board are yet to be worked out. They'll be worked out between the municipalities. And we're looking for a submission to the province by the end of the year. As of today, Prescott, Edwardsboro, Cardinal, and Augusta have approved the proposal as submitted to you tonight. Merrickville-Wolford was intending to approve it on Monday. They had to cancel their council meeting because they had, believe it or not, they had a COVID outbreak amongst their council members. But it's my understanding from discussing with their CAO that they will be ratifying the proposal. And with that, Your Worship, I'll put this for questions to council as we move forward with the submission to the province for creating a new OPP detachment board for North Grenville, which would include Merrickville-Wolford.
Thank you. Colleagues, any questions? Of course, Councillor Sullivan, you have sat on the board. Councillor Wilson has sat on the board. I remain on the board, and Councillor John Barclay, who unfortunately isn't here this evening, is currently chair. So what I can offer is that we're extremely eager to move forward with a reconfigured board. We currently just have 3 members on the board right now, and we are very eager to have the province move forward with this sort of sanctioning, if you will, of these detachment boards so we can grow our board and move forward. As many know, North Grenville is a very dynamic community, lots happening, and certainly from our perspective, and I think that of Merrickville, we're eager to get going. So it's really at the province's discretion, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Dyke, to approve these proposed configurations. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Worship. But it's my understanding in talking with the province that if there's consensus among the municipalities, it should be readily approved.
And I think it's really under the leadership of a new minister that there's sort of a sense of urgency that unfortunately just because of COVID wasn't always there. So colleagues, anything that you want to add in regards to this one? Okay. So then I think the recommendation is the endorsement of the proposed detachment board as presented by Mr. Dyke, and I'll just look for a mover and a seconder for that motion, please. Councillor Wilson, Councillor Strachan, thank you. And if there's no further comment or questions for Mr. Dyke, I will call the question. All in favor? Good. Okay. That passes. Thank you, Mr. Dyke. Our CEO, Gary, has really led the way on this and brought together the varying municipalities a couple of different times. So appreciate you, Gary, staying on top of this file and making sure that we were well positioned for what I think will be a strong board. And I extend my appreciation to my mayor colleagues throughout Grenville. There were many different versions of this discussion in terms of how to establish the right boards, and a little bit of flexibility is required, but I think ultimately we'll have a good board once we get it underway. So I'm excited to see that happen. So nothing under finance or corporate services, colleagues. So we are moving straight into our planning and development section of the agenda. We have, I believe, 2 public meetings, if I'm not mistaken. And we will go into the first public meeting. This is a script I must read if you haven't been subjected to one of these scripts. This is provincially mandated scripts for public meetings so that there's clarity on the procedure. So I'll move us towards the first public meeting, and that is that council will now hold a public meeting to consider an application to amend the zoning on the lands located at Concession 3, part of Lot 26, former Township of Oxford-on-Rideau, Pine Hill Road, from shopping center commercial special exception holding to residential fourth density exception holding. I must advise you that this meeting is your opportunity to voice any objections or concerns. If an appellant does not provide oral comments at this meeting or a written submission before council adopts the proposed amendment, the Ontario Land Tribunal may refuse to consider their objections. Any persons who wish further notice of the council's decision concerning the matter should give name and address to our Director of Planning, Amy Martin, who's with us this evening, or an email address. Contact information for Amy can be found on the notice of public meeting, and of course, she's here this evening. Anyone wishing to ask a question during the public meeting can do so by coming down. We do need to have your comments recorded, so it is important that you come down if you can. If you have a mobility issue, I can repeat your question or comment if that's more helpful, but ideally, if you can come down to the mic, that would be useful. Certainly for council. So in regards to the Pine Hill Road rezoning, I'm looking for whether or not there are members here for this particular public meeting. Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else? Want to see anyone? Okay, excellent. So I'll now pass it over to Ms. Martin. She'll do the presentation and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. If we could just advance to the next slide, please. So there's no formal civic address available for this property by way of describing it. So I'll be referring to them as the lands that are behind the Kemptville Mall. So they're just to the south. As you will see, if we go to the next slide, the lands are currently undeveloped. And to the south, the property immediately adjacent would be the Southbridge Care Facility that has been recently constructed. Next slide, please. So the property itself is 4.65 acres, and it was severed from the Kemptville Mall lands back in 2020. The official plan designates these lands as residential, and the current zoning is shopping center commercial exception 7 holding. So it maintains the same zoning as what we're formerly with that the Kemptville Mall is currently zoned as. The frontage and access to the property is off of Pine Hill Road, and surrounding land uses include shopping center, vacant development land, and the Southbridge long-term care facility. There are residences further south on George Street, but there is a buffer with the majority of the lands that remain undeveloped where the care facility has been constructed. Next slide, please. When considering zoning applications, we must have regard for our various levels of policy, with the highest level of policy coming from the province, so what's called the Provincial Policy Statement, or the PPS. And our provincial policy statement provides that healthy, livable, and safe communities are sustained by promoting efficient development and land use patterns and accommodating an appropriate, affordable, and market-based range and mix of residential development. And planning authorities are to provide for an appropriate range and mix of housing options by permitting and facilitating all housing options required to meet the social, health, and economic and well-being requirements of current and future residents. This includes all types of residential intensification, directing the development of new housing towards location where appropriate levels of infrastructure and public service facilities are or will be available, promoting densities for new housing, which efficiently use land, resources, infrastructure, and public services, and that promote active transportation and transit in areas where it is existing or is to be developed. Next slide, please. Under the provincial policy statement, we have the United Counties official plan, which provides regional growth policies that the municipality must consider when considering development applications. The county's official plan includes growth policies where it tries to maximize development within our settlement areas to decrease disruption within our rural lands. It also has policies that look to endeavor to achieve an overall minimum affordable housing target of 25% of all new residential development as being affordable. And again, the counties and local municipalities will encourage proponents of development where appropriate to ensure that a portion of new housing is affordable and available and accessible to a broader range of demographics in the population. Next slide, please. Under the county's official plan, we have our own official plan here in North Grenville, which sets development policies for development in North Grenville and breaks it down specifically into different designations. So we do have growth policies that prioritize development within our existing serviced area and encourages infill and intensification as a way of rounding out development. We also have an established target of 11% of new development to be high density and recognize that residential intensification is a means of providing opportunities for the efficient use of land and encouraging compact urban form. And it's encouraged, intensification is encouraged to be innovative and utilize creative urban design. Next slide, please. Around this time last year, Council adopted an official plan amendment that updated our affordable housing policies. So it is a policy of the municipality to endeavor to have across the municipality at a minimum and on an annual basis 25% of all new residential development affordable. Residential development applications will be evaluated utilizing, among other factors, this affordable housing metric. Next slide, please. So at this time, there's no concrete development plan as to what will be constructed on the property. The applicant has requested the rezoning to bring the zoning of the property in line with the official plan, which is the residential designation, and taking away the current the commercial zoning, which wouldn't allow for a residential development to come forward. As part of this, the request is to also add a retirement home as a permitted use as an additional permitted use on the property. And since the posting of the report and the agenda and the presentation, there has been a proposed wording change to the definition of retirement home. Which it doesn't deviate too drastically, it just provides more concise language. So the proposed definition for a retirement home shall mean a building or part of a building containing private rooms and/or dwelling units, providing residential accommodation for senior citizens or retired persons, and which may contain common facilities, amenity areas, and services that serve residents and staff, including but not limited to common halls, facilities for the preparation and consumption of food, lounges, recreation rooms, personal care services, and medical care facilities. So the amended bylaw has been posted online on our council page where we post our agendas, should anyone wish to go see the amended wording. In addition to the retirement home, the proposed zoning going to an R4 zoning would allow for multi-residential uses, apartment buildings to be constructed as well. Next slide, please. As part of the zoning, a few holding symbols will be placed on the property to ensure the orderly development of the property. This includes the approval of sanitary, sewer, and water capacity allocation commitment as approved by the municipality, the execution of a site plan agreement, plan of subdivision, or plan of condominium, and the provision of affordable housing units to the satisfaction of the municipality to be addressed through an executed site plan, subdivision agreement, or plan of condominium. So the municipalities, through the zoning, given that there is no concrete concept at this time as to how the property will be developed, and we're establishing the principle of the use, we'll be imposing these holding symbols to ensure that these matters are addressed prior to the development of the property. Next slide, please. This application was circulated in accordance with the Planning Act, and at the date of the publication of the report and the presentation, we had received no comments from any of our public agencies to date, and we have received no comments of objection in that regard. We did receive one comment from a resident inquiring about the provision of affordable housing within the development. As there was no finite concept plan in place, staff have recommended the use of a holding provision to ensure that it is considered when a development during the development phase when a plan does come forward. The same resident did provide a letter of support for the proposed application. Next slide, please. So it's staff's recommendation that council support the proposed zoning amendment for the property behind the Kemptville Mall, the 4.65 acres from the shopping center zoning exception zone currently on the property to the residential fourth density zone. It's staff's opinion that the proposed zoning conforms to the policies of the provincial policy statement, United Counties official plan, and municipal official plan, and it constitutes good land use planning. Thank you.
So I'm the agent, Tracy Vandrook. Great. 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 So I'm the agent,
So, questions, colleagues? Councillor Sullivan?
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor, to Director Martin. Just to clarify for me, please, the retirement home definition, is this still going to be a residence providing accommodation for retired persons or couples where each private bedroom and living unit has a separate private bathroom and a separate entrance from the common hall? Does that remain in that new definition that you read out?
Through your worship, just to clarify, Councillor Sullivan, you're asking if there'll be private residences, maybe comparing it to more of a long-term care facility where it's a different setup. That's my understanding of the intent of the definition. It's private rooms and dwelling units, and the definition was updated to provide that clarity.
Okay, so this is the updated definition in the document. It wasn't changed after this.
So the update came after the publication of the report, and it was, again, just to provide that clarity that it was the private room and dwelling units. Sorry, I apologize. This was originally included within the zoning amendment. The changes that were made were in regard to just defining the personal care services.
Okay,
Sorry.
great.
That was the definition. There's some back and forth with the applicant, just ensuring that we were creating a definition that truly represented what the retirement home use would be. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
And to be clear, is it the purview of the municipality to define what a long-term care home is, or is it really something that the province defines when we articulate this sort of language?
Thank you, Your Worship. So yes, the province would have their own definitions under their legislation as to what would constitute a long-term care home, as they are regulated. Not an expert in how they regulate things, but they do provide different levels of service based on the needs of the residents.
Okay. And the value in the municipality of North Grenville in this moment, articulating what a long-term care home is, what precisely?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think it's more the definition of the retirement home, in that we don't have a defined definition within our general definitions of the bylaw. We created a specific definition to ensure that it was appropriately defined, as it is being an additional permitted use being added to the property.
Okay. And with this, sorry, and I apologize, I misspoke, retirement home, not long-term care home. And is this a definition that would apply to other retirement homes in the future? Are we making up a new definition? Which is, okay, I'm just curious to know the process.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the definition would be specific to this property. The municipality, if it wanted to adopt a broader definition for retirement home, would have to do that through a housekeeping bylaw and add it into our definition provisions. From time to time, we do find that there are certain uses that aren't defined, and when we do have site-specific amendments, we'll create that specific definition within the zone provision itself.
Okay. But I assume there would be some applicability between this definition of retirement home and another definition of a retirement home down the road?
That is correct, Your Worship. It certainly could be a definition that, through a housekeeping amendment, we would just adopt generally as the municipality's understood definition of a retirement home.
I only ask because the interest in retirement homes is only going to grow, right? As demand for retirement home units in our community and so many across Eastern Ontario are, obviously those demands are accelerating, so it might be helpful to have that definition moving forward to go beyond a specific site, but I'll leave that to you. All right, any other questions, colleagues? Okay. I don't see any, so with that in mind, we are in the public meeting portion. Does the applicant or any other member of the public wish to speak on this? Okay, thank you. Is this property adjacent to Blair Hamilton's apartments? Is that your question? Yeah. Okay. Certainly we can ask the applicant if she, or the applicant's representative, or Ms. Martin. I'm not sure who could answer that. I don't know if we know.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's not located adjacent to that property.
Okay. Okay, I wasn't sure we would have the answer, but we do. All right, welcome. And if you could just say your name again for the purposes of the record.
Sure. Jordan Jackson, planner with Novatech, address 240 Michael Copeland Drive,
Great.
Ottawa. I I just wanted to see if this was a point to clarify some of the wording that was in the bylaw presented online. Just wanted to make it clear that we're looking for the retirement home to be considered an additional permitted use. Just looking at some of the draft wording, we just wanted to make that clarify that. And then we have spoken with staff about the holding zone provisions. We had initially requested the holding zone provision related to affordable housing units, but having that discussion with staff, we understand that that can be further reviewed once there is a development concept. So at this time, we're in agreement with staff's recommendation, but if there are any questions, I'm here to help answer.
Okay, thanks. Is there anything you need to clarify, Ms. Martin, in response?
No, not at this time. In going back and forth, it's the understanding of staff based on the wording that the retirement home is to be an additional permitted use in addition to the multi-residential and the townhouse and semi-detached use that could be permitted on the property, and certainly had discussions at length as to the affordable housing piece and how that would be addressed once the development concept was brought forward.
Okay, great. So, colleagues, I see no questions from you. I'm scanning members of the public. If there are no questions, we'll move to consideration of the bylaw. Okay. I'm not seeing anything. So with that in mind, I'm just going to beg Ms. Merton's indulgence. The recommendation is that council approve and enact bylaw 9822 to amend the comprehensive zoning bylaw 5012 to amend the zoning of the lands known as concession 3, part of lot 26, former township of Oxford on Rideau, Pine Hill Road, from shopping center commercial special exception holding to residential fourth density exception holding. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Councilor Strachan and Wilson, thank you. And over to you, colleagues, one more time. Seeing no questions, I'll call the vote. All in favor, please. Okay, great. That one passes. And we'll move on. I misspoke. I said 2 public meetings, but I meant 3. So our next public meeting is in regard to 215 Reuben Crescent. I believe a number of you are here for that meeting. Can I ask, is there anyone here for 8 to 10 Victoria Avenue? Okay. Okay. All right. Well, hang tight. The order proposed is Reuben Crescent first, so I apologize. It may be the longer of the next 2 public meetings, but I'll now move into the public meeting. I must read the script all over again, so bear with me. Council will now hold a public meeting to consider an application to amend the zoning on the lands located at 215 Reuben Crescent in the municipality of North Grenville from institutional to residential fourth density exception zone holding to permit the development of 168 residential apartment dwellings and 3 buildings, and to vary side yard setbacks and requirements for amenity space, and to amend the official plan to allow for an increase in overall density to 110 units per hectare for lands located at 215 Reuben Crescent. This meeting obviously is an opportunity to voice any objections or concerns you may have with respect to the proposal. If an appellant does not provide oral comments at this public meeting or written submissions in advance of this meeting or before council adopts the proposed amendment, the Ontario Land Tribunal may refuse to consider objections. Any persons wishing further notice of the council's decision should obviously give their name to Amy or Phil, who are with us this evening on the staff side, if in fact a decision is not made this evening. Anyone wishing to ask a question during the public meeting should come down to the mic if at all possible, but if you have a mobility challenge, we'll do our best to repeat your question and ensure it's answered. Who is here for this public meeting in regards to Reuben? Okay, great, thank you. I will now pass the meeting over to Deputy Director of Planning and Development, Phil Mosher.
Thank you, Your Worship. Next slide, please. So this application, as mentioned by the Mayor, is a proposed application for a concurrent application to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw at the subject property. The official plan amendment would permit the site to be developed at a density of 110 units per gross hectare, whereas the current maximums established within the official plan are 60 units per gross hectare with bonusing. The zoning bylaw amendment would change the zoning on the property from institutional to residential fourth density exception zone holding. The effect of these applications would be to allow construction of 3 4-story apartment buildings with a total of 168 dwelling units. An affordable housing component is proposed whereby 15% of the units would be affordable, as defined by the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation definitions, for a 10-year period, and additionally, all units would be constructed with increased energy efficiency. Next slide, please. In support of the application, the following submission materials were presented. These materials have been available for members of the public to view upon request: a planning rationale report, shadow study, traffic impact study, landscape concept, concept plan, conceptual site grading plan, preliminary serviceability brief, conceptual site servicing plan, stormwater management report, draft survey, and elevation render. Next slide, please. So this is the subject property, and it is the location of the former Kemptville Public School, which can still be seen on this air photo. This property is currently vacant following demolition of the school in fall 2022. It's an irregularly shaped lot with broken frontage and the 2 entrances on Rubin Crescent. It has an area of just over 1.5 hectares. Surrounding the property, 8 residential dwellings are located to the north, immediately adjacent to it, with one of them, the central one, being bordered on 3 sides. There's a bank of 5 townhouse dwellings to the northwest, the single central residence, and 2 dwellings to the northeast. Continuing to the northeast, the United Church of Canada is located at the corner of Rubin and Prescott. An additional 6 dwellings are located adjacent to the property, all with frontage on Prescott Street. The Blossom Road and Dr. Gordon subdivisions are located south. Riverside Park is located west and north. And north of the subject property across Rubin Crescent are the North Grenville Curling Club and an additional 6 dwellings. While not being located within the downtown core of North Grenville by the official plan, the subject property is adjacent to it and was recently identified as a potential site for redevelopment through the Downtown Kemptville Community Action Plan. A perimeter fence exists adjacent most lands to which the property abuts, mostly the legacy of the former use of the school. The southeast corner of the property is lower by about 1 to 2 meters than the lands to the south and east, and from this southeast corner, the elevation difference gradually levels out with adjacent properties. Next slide, please. So these are site photos that were taken on the 24th of November. This is a view standing behind that central residence and looking to the northeast. You can see to the left of the photo the former high school, residences that are located across and on Rubin Crescent, and St. James the United Church on the corner. Next slide, please. And this is looking more east towards residences which are fronting onto Prescott Street. You can see the chain link fence on this photo on the blown up version that we have. It's very difficult to see it on this one. Next slide, please. This is looking south. We do see the adjacent subdivisions, Blossom Road and Dr. Gordon Crescent. Again, the chain link fence, as well as there's a 10-meter strip of land at the south of this property, which is owned by others. Next slide, please. So this is looking west to that existing fencing, and this does show, in some level, the minor elevation difference within that southeast corner of about 1 to 2 meters. It is more obvious when you're actually on the property. Next slide, please. This is looking west. You can see towards the center of the photo, the adjacent townhouse dwellings, Riverside Park, and the Curling Club. Next slide, please. This is looking northwest. We're on the border of the property in Riverside Park here at the west portion of the property. You can see the Curling Club to the north, adjacent residences, as well as the play structure of the existing Riverside Park. Just very, very briefly. Next slide, please. And then this is looking east again, completing the full tour of adjacent residences. And all these photos were taken during the site visit on November 24th. Next slide, please. So again, this property is not located within the downtown core, but it is adjacent to it and to the Riverside Park open space area. You can see Riverside Park just to the west here, the downtown core to the north and east. This property is on a residential designation with other residential designations to the south. Again, the recently completed Downtown Kemptville Community Action Plan identified this property as surplus lands that could have potential or likelihood for being repurposed for affordable housing. The identification of these surplus lands for some affordable housing forms one of the recommendations of the Affordable Housing Task Force, which was completed in 2020. The requested official plan amendment is for a special residential designation that would allow the density at the site to be 110 units per hectare rather than the current maximum, which is 60 with bonusing. The draft official plan amendment includes policy which would require the applicant to enter into an agreement with the municipality to specify the terms of the affordable component, the length, the number of units, the rates, and energy efficiency. The proposed wording regarding affordable housing would stipulate that the definition of affordable housing may use alternative definitions, such as those described by the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation or other similar definitions, to the satisfaction of North Grenville. Next slide, please. So this shows the subject property and the zoning of it. Again, it's institutional today. And there are a mix of other zone categories surrounding the property. Predominantly, the dominant residential zone category is residential third density, or R3. This is mostly on Rubin Crescent and a bit onto Prescott Street. But there's a range of residential zones all the way from residential first density at the Blossom Road subdivision to the south to residential fourth density on one property on Rubin Crescent. And just to the north, just off the screen, is the former Heritage Point condo. This property went through a site-specific zoning bylaw amendment and official plan amendment in 2015 to allow it to be zoned and designated for much more units. Next slide, please. So the request to rezone the property is made to change the current zoning from institutional to residential fourth density. In addition, several site exceptions are requested, and they include varying yard setbacks, waiving privacy yard and amenity space requirements, and increasing density. Regarding yard setbacks, Building C and Building A, being the east and west buildings on this site sketch, would be shifted slightly to the west relative to interior side yard requirement of 6 meters. This would maximize the buffer between Building C, the east building, and properties along Prescott Street, proposing a setback of 8.4 meters rather than 6. The requested change would also allow Building A, the west building, to be located closer to Riverside Park, proposing 4 meters rather than 6 meters. Regarding the waiving of amenity space and privacy yard requirements, the request is being made to waive these standards based on the proximity of the development to Riverside Park. Regarding an increase in density, presently the zoning establishes a maximum of 1 unit per 230 meters squared of area, whereas the request is that density be 1 unit per 90.5 meters squared of area. And this requested change would have the effect of allowing the property to be developed at the requested density of 110 units per hectare. Through discussions with the applicant, a number of holdings are being recommended based on internal and external comments. A holding symbol is a tool established under the Planning Act to require certain matters to be addressed before building permits can be issued. 3 triggers are proposed to remove the holding symbol on a building-by-building basis, and they include approval of sanitary sewer and water capacity allocation commitment, any necessary upgrades to off-site water and sewer systems if determined to be required and to the satisfaction of North Grenville, and provision of affordable housing units to the satisfaction of the municipality to be addressed through an executed site plan or subdivision agreement. It's important to note regarding height that no special change is being requested to height at the subject property as established through the R4 zone category. However, it's important to note that the institutional zone category has a maximum height of 13 meters, whereas the maximum height in the R4 zone is 14 meters. Next slide, please. So as mentioned by my colleague previously, planning within the province is policy-led and developments must demonstrate consistency with the provincial policy statement and relevant official plans. The provincial policy statement provides hierarchy where growth is to occur, beginning with urban settlement areas as the priority for infill and intensification. Planning staff are of the opinion that the development is consistent with the PPS for the following reasons. It promotes an efficient development and accommodates an appropriate mix of affordable and market-based mix of residential types while redeveloping an available and appropriate site. It's in a location that efficiently utilizes land and resources. It avoids the need for unjustified expansion of infrastructure or serviced areas. It's a form of residential intensification which efficiently uses land, resources, and infrastructure. It facilitates compact form while maintaining appropriate levels of public health and safety. And North Grenville has established standards for intensification within its official plan, which are discussed more in the North Grenville official plan section, but this proposal is consistent with them. Next slide, please. Similar to the provincial policy statement, the counties provides hierarchy of where growth is to occur, with urban settlement areas as the priority for infill and intensification. And again, planning staff are of the opinion that this development application is consistent with the county's official plan because The proposed development occurs within a settlement area, which is the focus of growth. It proposes a development pattern that efficiently uses land, resources, infrastructure, and public service facilities. It efficiently uses and optimizes land, promotes higher density through intensification, and assists the counties in achieving its intensification goals. It makes use of a limited opportunity for redevelopment, as the site is currently serviced and vacant and has been identified as a prime opportunity for development through the Downtown Kemptville Community Action Plan. It provides an alternative housing type, an apartment-style dwelling, to assist North Grenville in achieving a diverse mix of housing types. Approval of the amendment can help the counties delay urban expansion within the North Grenville area. Next slide, please. So similar to the county's official plan and the provincial policy statement, North Grenville's municipal official plan provides a vision for how development will occur, together with goals, objectives, and policies. While the proposed increase in density is greater than that envisioned within North Grenville's plan, staff are of the opinion that the proposed increase in density is generally consistent with North Grenville's official plan, because it helps to further the vision of North Grenville by bringing a shift to the municipal housing stock by providing more high-density units, including affordable units. On this point, it's important to note that the current target for density mix within North Grenville is 68% 68% low density, 21% medium density, and 11% high density. Currently, with the amount of housing and types of housing that exist within North Grenville is sitting at around 7% of development within our community being high density. With the increase of 168 units at this property, that would shift towards 9.4% for the total unit mix within our community, which is moving high density closer to the 11% target. In addition, this proposal assists in further addressing social needs through the delivery of rental and affordable housing. It manages the growth forecast of North Grenville by intensifying land use of a vacant site through redevelopment in lands designated for residential and where municipal services exist. It meets the objectives of the residential designation, specifically supporting a provision of a choice of dwelling type, including affordable housing, proposing development within areas which are serviced, and intensifying development in areas where existing land uses are not adversely affected. Next slide, please. Continuing on, it satisfies several objectives of North Grenville's housing policies, specifically supporting the provision of a choice of dwelling types, providing for a supply of affordable housing to meet economic, social, health, and well-being requirements of all people, promoting a partnership to achieve affordable housing, and contributing to the supply of affordable housing. Next slide, please. Regarding affordability, the proposal is directly supported by sections 11.3 of the official plan, which sets a target of 25% for all housing to be affordable. While the proposal is for 15%, the development also provides a type and quantity of rental units not currently available within the North Grenville market. 15% of all units would be offered at a rate defined as affordable by CMHC for a 10-year period, and there would also be increased energy efficiency, 20% better than National Energy Board or National Building Code standards, and implementing agreements would be required between the developer and North Grenville to clearly define and articulate the affordable housing component with CMHC requirements being met. Next slide, please. So a number of comments were received on this application. This application was circulated to persons and agencies required under the Planning Act. And it's at the time that this slide deck was prepared, this captured some of the comments that had been received. I will run through these quickly. We did receive a letter of no objection from the Health Unit, a letter of no objection from Rideau Valley Conservation Authority, many inquiries from residents inquiring if proper notice had been provided in accordance with the Planning Act. It has. General concern from residents regarding existing drainage, traffic increases, location of waste disposal. Questions from Mr. Cannon regarding the structure and implementation of affordability. Requests, again, additional requests for information. A letter of support from a Mr. Leger. A letter of support from Ms. Kronk. In addition, since this slide deck was prepared, we've received letters of opposition from Ms. Hawkins, a formal letter of opposition from Ms. McGreevy, citing traffic, garbage, storage, and drainage. A letter of opposition from Ms. Dupron, citing traffic incompatibility regarding density and height. A letter of opposition from Ms. McKechnie, and a request for additional information. A letter of general opposition from Mr. Dorian, citing servicing and traffic. Recommend for the delay of the application by Ms. Ward. A letter of concern From Mr. Corville regarding density, amenity space and privacy yard, traffic and height. A letter of opposition from Mr. Vuillard regarding traffic, infrastructure, density, and a formal request for council to reject the application. A general meeting with Mr. Martin to discuss concerns, including his opinion of traffic assessment of faulty traffic assessment, construction traffic issues, infrastructure issues, and impacts to taxpayers. General opposition from Ms. Morris. A letter of general opposition from Ms. Comfort regarding the number of units, although an indication that there would be some agreement from Ms. Comfort if there was less units and a shorter building, although the zone change to residential is not disputed. And a letter of concern from Ms. Arcand regarding parking. Planning staff also held a public open house, and this was attended by the developer and his planning agent. A number of comments were brought forth at that meeting, many questions regarding the affordable housing unit mix. Broad support was expressed at the meeting from members who had come to see it, but also broad opposition was expressed. Again, some of the same concerns regarding traffic, drainage, water and sewer issues, site plan details, parking and landscaping, and other supportive comments from residents that this kind of development is needed within the area. In addition to Mr. Leger and Ms. Cronk's letters of support, ultimately Mr. Cannon did write a letter of support with 2 critiques of staff's planning report and some recommendations for the wording of the holding. And an additional letter of support was received from Mr. Brisebois. Next slide, please. There was also a review of social media comments as they existed on Facebook. More of the same types of comments exist within a post that was created on Facebook. Next slide, please. Within the internal and external departments that were circulated, we did receive a letter of no comment from Emergency and Protective Services with notes that fire protection systems, fire safety plans, and fire access routes must be demonstrated during site plan and building permit processes. A no comment letter from the Upper Canada District School Board, a letter of no objection from Rideau Valley Conservation noting that stormwater management objectives are appropriate as detailed in the report. A note from Public Works that detailed information would be needed during site plan, which may require off-site upgrades for municipal water and wastewater infrastructure. Next slide, please. In conclusion, while the proposed development is consistent with provincial and county plans and generally maintains the intent of North Grenville's official plan, it's not without some impacts. And by its very nature, the development is a significant change in the area. However, in the opinion of the planner, the impacts have been mitigated to the extent feasible based on the scale of development. The official plan amendment would require that the applicant enter into an agreement with the municipality to specify how affordability will be achieved at the subject property. And in the opinion of the planner, myself, the proposed development would see the utility of a vacant lot increased, which is somewhat sensitive to the local context. The development would proceed through site plan control, and there would be holding symbols to ensure that development proceeds in a logical manner when services are confirmed to be present and appropriate. And that concludes my report.
Okay, so before we receive public comments, I'll just ask council colleagues, do you have any questions for Mr. Mosher at this time? Councillor Sullivan?
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor, to Mr. Mosher. I understand that the municipality's target for affordable housing is 25% of new builds, and yet this proposal says only 15% will be designated affordable. Have I misunderstood something there, or is that the plan here?
Through you, Your Worship. Nope, you haven't misunderstood anything. That's the target that the applicant is proposing, 15%. I know that he and his planner will be happy to speak more to that, but that is the target that's being proposed, plus a unit mix and type that's not readily available in the quantities proposed.
Okay, but the municipality target is 25%. Okay, so
that's correct.
There's a shortcoming there, okay. Okay, maybe we can hear about that.
Certainly we can ask the applicant to respond to any of council's questions before going to comments from the public. So maybe we'll just take a round, and if the applicant can respond to those questions before we go to the public, that'll make sense. Does that work, Mr. Mosher? Okay. So I did have a question, Mr. Mosher, about traffic. I think you mentioned in the report. I think we'll hear tonight, and I know there were concerns about the timing of the traffic study, and I just wanted to get a sense from you about doing traffic studies in the summer versus the fall, just sort of given the usage patterns on Rubin Crescent, if there would be merit in looking at a different way to assess traffic or at a different time of year when we know it's not that Riverside Park or Rubin isn't being well utilized, certainly during the summer, but you might see different things at a different time of year. So how is that determined typically?
I know the developer and his agent would be very happy to speak to that specific concern. The traffic report was prepared by a traffic engineer, and the municipality relies on the subject matter expertise of that author. The report was reviewed by public works staff as well as the counties because traffic ultimately feeds onto Prescott Street. Information provided to the planning department was that the traffic study was conducted at an appropriate time based on usage of Riverside Park, and that's the information that we have received.
Okay, thanks. We can certainly ask the applicant. Council, are there any other questions you wish to raise before we hear from the applicant? The order is applicant, followed by questions or comments from members of the public. So would the applicant like to come forward? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be with you this evening. I'd like to introduce my client, Dennis Eberhardt, and he has a few opening statements to make, please.
Great, thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of Council. For the record, my name is Dennis Eberhardt. I am president of Ottawa Valley Developments, the applicant that you're of this rezoning it's in front of you tonight. I just wanted to take a few moments just to tell you why we came upon this property and why we're interested in the Kemptville market. We like the downtown. We are a developer of apartment buildings in secondary markets in the Eastern Ontario market, and Kemptville was very attractive to us given that you have a hospital here, you have a downtown with small unique shops, there is hospitals, there are churches, there are schools in the area, there's a beautiful, fantastic park facility that you have, and that was very attractive to us as a developer and to also marketing future apartment units for residents. We also realized that there was a huge demand for housing, especially rental housing in this market. I think at the time that we purchased the property, there was discussions of people actually renting rooms out because of the lack of available apartments. So we saw an opportunity, and also I followed quite interestingly, quite closely the CIP, the revised CIP program that you put in place in March of 2021, which directed staff and it gave staff and council to promote the attraction of investments in the downtown. That was very critical in our decision to invest in this property. Also, the provisions in your CIP to provide financial incentives was critical in our decision because, obviously downtown Kemptville has not been a hotbed of investment for new residential development. Most of that is going north of 43. So we thought, we'll take the risk. We seem to have support of the council and just planning staff, and we made our investment in the public Kemptville, the old public Kemptville school. We did try to buy other properties. We were unsuccessful, but we were very fortunate. This was the one we first identified, and it finally came on the market, and we purchased it. So I just want to kind of make a few points about our how our project and this zoning application checks a lot of policy initiatives. It may not satisfy 100% of some of them, but I think as a combined application, it checks a lot of boxes. That being breathing new life into the downtown of Kemptville. There has not been an investment in commercial or residential buildings in this area. Our project is sustainable. It's going to be a wood structure. It's going to be 20% more efficient than the standard apartment buildings as per the building code. We are increasing a much-needed rental supply in the market, which is dominated by single-family homes. And we are providing an affordability component which is achievable by the scale and the density that we are asking for. So in summarizing, I just would like the council and the mayor to support the recommendation of your planning staff, because it is good land use planning, and we would ask that you endorse their recommendation. I'm going to give this back to Forbes to talk a little bit about affordability.
Thank you very much. My name's Forbes Simon. I'm a senior planner with JP2G Consulting. I'm the planner of record for this file representing Dennis. First, I wanted to indicate my support for the position of staff on this file. We've been working closely with them and partnered by introducing the project to the community last week through a public open house that they were invited to. It was quite well attended, and we were able to meet with a lot of people and discuss the project. I think that there's a couple of things that I would like to highlight for council before you start your deliberations. And I think it's really important that we all realize that this is a redevelopment of a property, that this is a site that up until 5 years ago was quite a going concern. There were over 7 portables on the site. There was daily foot traffic and vehicle traffic to and from the site. And this is the type of property that conventional planning wisdom says today we should be encouraging to be redeveloped, and your policies encourage you to look at that type of property. That said, there is going to be impact on the neighborhood. There's no way of getting around that. Development is development. But I think that we've taken great care in the siting and the location of buildings, respecting the backyards of the neighbors, and that's done with the layout of the property, the increased setbacks, the lack of balconies, the boundary planting program that we've identified, and limiting the development to 4 stories. The other point that Dennis made, that also your planner made, is that the property is highlighted in one of the most recent planning documents you have, which is your Downtown Kemptville Community Action Plan. This property was highlighted for the exact purpose that we are before you here this evening. And as your planner indicated, you are underrepresented in terms of high-density development, and that hurts affordability and rental opportunities across the board within the community. And I think that the proposal that's before you is going to do a significant improvement on that at scale and increase much-needed rental housing. Affordability is discussed quite a lot these days, national, provincial, right down to the news today that the average rent in Canada is now over $2,000 a month. That's for all rental units in Canada, but that's a shocking number for those that have been in the business for a long time. And as we go forward, our fixation on affordability has been focused on rent. And we all know prices are going up, which makes rents more and more challenging to be affordable. And I think it benefits us all to have a much broader understanding and definition of affordable as we move forward. I would submit to you that having a project located in your downtown core where someone can walk to schools, walk to hospital, walk to recreation, walk to shops, walk to grocery, makes this a much more affordable project than if it was located on the fringes of your community in greenfields. Not having to have a car or not having to have a car that you use daily is a huge cost savings for individuals in this day and age. The other thing is that the monthly bills are not just focused on rent. It's your heat and your hydro. And by increasing the affordability of this project with respect to heat and hydro by over 20%, I think that all of the units in this project will be affordable, by definition, under the PPS. The target market for this project is households making under $100,000 a year or individuals making under $65,000 a year. And if you do the review and you identify what your low and moderate income threshold is in this community, you'll find that both of those are meeting the affordable housing target. And so we are committing to 15% of the units under contract with CMHC, but I would like to submit to you today that all of the units will meet your definition of affordability in your official plan as per the PPS. One of the aspects of affordability with CMHC is that it is required to be under contract and an agreement with CMHC, and they do an annual audit of all their contracted properties. And this is guaranteed for a 10-year period. In terms of going forward, we are prepared to enter into agreements with the municipality regarding the CMHC program that we would be committed to. We are committed to the 20% energy efficiency, and we are committed to our target market. And so I do believe that you'll find that this project will be one of the most significant affordable housing projects you have in your community, and at scale. I also think that it's very important that we recognize the fact that we are not talking about social housing. We are not talking about public housing, which is for the most vulnerable within our communities. We are talking about housing that is rented and affordable for the average person on the street working retail, grocery within this community. And I think that that's what the community's been asking for, and we're here to deliver that tonight to you. Again, thank you for the opportunity. We are available to answer any questions as you go forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, you did ask about traffic, and I
Yes,
just
if
have
you
a
could
note
just-
here. If I could
Perfect.
make
Yep, go ahead.
reference to that. We did hire one of the best traffic engineers that I've had the pleasure of working with. That engineer spoke with your staff and the county staff back in May to ensure that the scope and the nature of the traffic study met with the expectations. The study was done. It was done by the individual. They were on site doing traffic counts in person. They were not machines doing the counts. They were there in July. Every time of the year has its own unique traffic patterns, and it's the experts that are able to work through that. The other thing that I think is important with the traffic study is that it was increasing the background traffic on Prescott Street and on Rubin Street by 2% annually during the projection period. It projected an increase of 22% increase in traffic on those streets over that timeline. And so we feel that that's adequately picked up any other developments that are going to be in the area or that impact the traffic on Rubin Street as well. We're very confident with the methodology and the findings of the report, and would suggest that it be accepted as submitted and as peer-reviewed by the county.
Okay,
That's all. Thank you.
thank you. Thank you. So just to be clear, this is, so I think the word affordability is, generates all sorts of different impressions. So what I understand from what you're saying, and I look forward to hearing from members of the public and other council colleagues, this is not a low-income housing project. I understand it may be more accessible to certain people of a certain income, but what I understand is that apart from the 15% or 20%, whatever gets locked in, and those rental rates are governed by CHMC, for Canada Housing Mortgage Corporation. The rest of your units are at market. They are at your discretion to price those units. And I'm assuming, I've just looked up, what is the median income in Canada? And in 2020, the median total family income in Ontario was $97,000. So what I hear from that is that you're appealing, I think, to the average, right, Ontarian. We absolutely have a rental shortage in North Grenville and beyond, and I absolutely recognize that the value of more rental units in our community is that more seniors potentially have options, younger families have options, but I think the word affordability, just by virtue of how we have evolved our understanding of housing in Ontario, in Canada, is such that I understand that this is not, to your point, social housing. It's not going to be, if it's approved, 3 buildings of low-income residents coming into an area which is somewhat residential, somewhat institutional, that really you're appealing, I think, to sort of a mid-range of income levels or households that for whatever reason may be looking for rental and not purchase. Is that a fair statement from your perspective?
That's very fair.
Okay, so I think we need to put that to rest, because certainly in a lot of the written comments we've gotten, there are significant concerns about what kind of person might be attracted to these units, and are we appealing to the language you use, to the most vulnerable, to those with the lowest income in North Grenville. And I serve, as you know, as warden of the county council. I've had so many discussions about low income and subsidized housing in the counties, and this doesn't come close. Even your CHMC priced units will not appeal or be available to those who are in need of significant subsidies to stay housed. So I am very interested in the proportion of units that will be governed by the Canada Housing Mortgage Corporation's guidelines on affordable housing. But that being said, even those units, from my perspective, given what I know about housing that is provided through the United Counties with significant subsidies from the province, these units will not even be available to those. And that's, in my opinion, that's okay. But I want to be clear about the kind of rental unit that you're proposing to build and who will be able to potentially occupy them.
You're absolutely correct. They're not social housing, they're affordable rental housing.
Yes, and affordable has many different definitions. So I understand you're using affordable in a certain kind of way. I think they're definitely more attainable.
Yeah.
There's right, has all kinds of variations, so.
Yeah, as a land use planner in Ontario, the
Sure.
affordable definition is in the provincial policy statement. There's been a change recently with
Yes.
the definition through Bill 23, but
Correct.
With respect to your official plan and using the phrase affordability, we're confident the project meets those guidelines.
Okay, indeed. Council, I will invite members of the public because they've been waiting patiently for a long time, and then we'll bring back our applicants. So who would like to, is there anyone who wants to speak on the record this evening? All right, come on down. And just by virtue of the number of people in the room, I will ask you to keep your comments to 2-ish minutes, and I'll time you if that's helpful. It's just so focus on the points that are most important to you, and we'll see where we get. Thank you. And you'll have to turn on the mic. The mics are notoriously challenging in this building, so if you could just speak really into the mic or we might not be able to hear you. Just move your chair over so you're a little bit closer. There you go. Thank you.
Okay, so my name's Heather Kranick. I live on 406 Prescott Street. I've lived there for 20 years. I have a lot of concerns. Traffic to the park is a big one for me. I have a young child. So I would like to know what kind of safety measures are going to be in place for kids walking to the park, because traffic will be increased on Reuben Crescent. Who's going to pay for that safety measure? Like what sidewalks, stop signs, all that? Is that going to go onto our local taxes? What's it going to do to our property value? And then a big thing I've been worrying about is privacy, fencing. And now hearing that it's going to be 4 stories high, even if I use my money to make a privacy fence, there's still going to be people able to look down into my own backyard. I'm a healthcare worker. I need my outside time as my zen. As you know, like, we're a little stressed. So I would like to be able to peacefully sit in my backyard and not feel like I'm being watched, or that my child is being watched while we play outside. Also, rats. I'm sorry, but when that building got torn down, my 20 years of living on this property, I've never had a rat, and I've had rats this summer. My neighbors on both sides have had rats. I had to stare at a garbage pile. I didn't see anybody coming to water the soil, so dust and stuff coming into my backyard on my truck. You know, I like to keep a clean property. I don't want to look at an eyesore. And, you know, he said something about daily traffic, that it's going to match daily traffic. I have only seen one person walking around that whole property. It's one lady with a dog. So there hasn't been a lot of daily traffic. I don't know what he's saying that it's going to match, but when I look out, I see nothing but peaceful and serene, and it's just going to be, it's not going to be that anymore, and that stresses me out. And that's my piece. I would like to say that it would be a great opportunity to put green space, more green space, with the new pool that's coming in. We are losing a little bit more. It would be a great spot to put something for seniors, maybe a new bowling, outdoor bowling thing. We lost that. Maybe some sort of senior recreation. You know, the youth have it where the pool's going. You know, that's right by behind the subdivision behind the hospital. There's a senior community there. Why don't we do something like that? You know, let's bring more recreation that way instead of, I don't know. I just feel like this is not the right kind of development for this property. Thank you for listening to my concerns.
Thank you very much. So we'll ask others. So we're going to just take a round. So if you want to be on the record this evening, this is your opportunity, and then we'll go back to the applicant and to staff. Is there anyone else who wishes to be on the record? Thank you. And for those of you who have submitted written comments, they have been well noted. They've been distributed to all of council. So you have been on the record that way, and your comments have been certainly documented in full. Okay, just name and address, thanks.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. I'm Mike Martin. I live at 221 Reuben Crescent, so the blue house right in front of the old KPS. I have several issues related to this plan development. Obviously, the privacy issues are given. The traffic study that was done in July doesn't take into effect the normal traffic patterns that are seen through a normal non-COVID summer, or the traffic patterns we would see between September and June with the use of the park area and the church. United Church that has events and rentals throughout the week, making parking on Reuben Crescent or traveling on the, the south end of Reuben Crescent very difficult, to the point where I've called bylaw multiple times to come out due to the parking issues and the safety issues related to that. I have 5 children that live with me. I obviously have concerns with the 215 additional vehicles that are proposed for the site. The traffic patterns related to that going in and out of Prescott or on and off of Prescott and Reuben. Already we're waiting, minutes during the morning rush to get onto Prescott Street to move outside of the city. I have, the concept of affordable housing. 15% of a planned 168 unit is not affordable housing. We've heard the developer his interpretation of affordable housing. To your point, Madam Mayor, people aren't going to be able to afford the housing from this community. They are going to be people that work in the city, that are commuting to and from Kemptville, which means I've got the vehicle traffic, I have the noise, I have the safety concerns. We'll see with the planned redevelopment of Riverside Park, I anticipate more sports and more activities going on in the new splash pad area and pool area as it's completed. So we're going to have further traffic already coming to the area. My concern also is related to Bill C-23. The development charges based on this bill have been waived, which means a lot of the infrastructure needed to support the housing or the development are going to fall to the taxpayer in my understanding. Having lived on Reuben Crescent for at least 10 years, I can state with some certainty that the wastewater and water infrastructure along that street is fragile at best. All you have to do is take a look at the number of holes that have been recently resurfaced due to water main breaks or issues related to sewer or water, starting from the curling club and heading east to Prescott Street. I noticed in a other development that this developer has been under. I guess my question to him would be, did he use the same traffic study advisors that he did for the Thomas Street study, of which there's comments there that says that the study was conducted on a slow, quiet day, which again doesn't impact the true outcome of or busyness of the street. I think my main points are the infrastructure, who's paying for it, because I don't know that everybody in North Grenville is aware that they could be on the hook for the redevelopment of a private land. If we're raising the issue of affordable housing, well, they fall short in that in their development. It's a money-making venture, and I'll be honest with that. And kudos to them for wanting to make a dollar and support their lives, but it shouldn't be on the back of the residents and people of North Grenville. I think that's anyways, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. I just wonder, I know the infrastructure question has come up a lot, and I wondered if we could go to Ms. Martin just to clarify, because we've been navigating this question for a number of days, and I think it's important, and Ms. Martin, you know that we had this conversation last night, earlier today, in terms of who assumes the burden, the financial burden of any infrastructure upgrades should they be required, and at what stage are you at in assessing alongside the applicant what is required? Again, should things move forward?
Thank you, Your Worship. So at this stage, the developer has submitted preliminary reports to assist in establishing the use on the property. There will be a full requirement to go through the site plan control process, which is where those detailed reports will come into play, which assesses the infrastructure and the ability of the infrastructure or the inability of the infrastructure to not support the proposed development and the flows that'll be coming out of there. What would be required is if there's any upgrades within the infrastructure that needs to be upgraded, that would be at the cost of the developer. So say the pipe needs to be increased or to be increased to support the increased flows from the development itself. That would be at the cost of the developer to upgrade, not the municipality. So that's negotiated and worked through the site plan process, and those agreements are in place. This is something that we've done with other developments where there's been upgrades, whether it's to the road or sidewalk infrastructure or the pipes in the ground for water and sanitary to provide. So it wouldn't be on the backs of the taxpayers.
And Ms. Martin, if I might, what is the legal mechanism through which that would be enforced? So what's the stage? You know that Bill C-23, right, has certainly changed the game, if you will, when it comes to development charges. But in terms of remaining mechanisms, what is the mechanism at this stage? And at what point would it be obvious that the water and sewer infrastructure in particular might require that upgrading? If in fact it does require that upgrading. I'm not assuming it does, but at what point would you know that?
Thank you, Your Worship. So that would be done at the site plan stage when we get those detailed site servicing plans provided. In regards to how that's enforced, there are holding provisions being put in place through the zoning to require that any on or off-site works associated with the infrastructure to support the water and the wastewater component be provided be addressed adequately through that process. So we wouldn't be able to lift the holding zone on the property until that is addressed through an agreement with the municipality.
Thank you. I may, just one more point, and it still falls in line with Bill C-23, and that's related to the green space or parkland space that is now no longer basically required. When you look at the pictogram that was put up for the development, there's a lot of pavement there, very little green space for that area. Now, I know they're deferring to Riverside Park, but that's taken away from Riverside Park. I mean, I would like to see some green space actually in their development. One, it'll help buffer my residents, and I'm sure the residents around it. Anyways, thank you.
And maybe to that end, and I would invite any other individuals wishing to come down to please speak. Okay, so you go.
Hi, my name is Kristen Cooey. I live at 226 Rubin, across the street from where the development's going to be. I have similar concerns to what I'm hearing here, but I want mine on the record as well. Traffic, obviously. All respect to the engineers who've done the traffic study. I'm an engineer myself. Their fundamental assumptions are sound. Rubin is unusual. So their fundamental assumptions simply don't apply to the neighborhood. Rubin has a highly intermittent traffic flow. It varies from, sorry.
Just speak a bit closer to the mic so we can hear you. I apologize.
Sorry, again.
It's a tricky
small
mic.
child in
I
my
know.
lap. Yeah.
You're good now.
Yeah, so Rubin's highly intermittent traffic flow, really, really irregular. So, I mean, there's times a day it's dead completely. There's nobody there at all. And then there's times of day when we can't get out of our driveway, and frankly, my daughter can't go out, even to the car by herself, because there's so much traffic and you can't see. It's not safe. I have to say, you know, emergency services getting through on a church Sunday or a time when there's events to that, 168 unit building, it's going to be a problem. The traffic study also makes some assumptions about how traffic's going to flow, and frankly, I don't think it's realistic. How many people are going to make a left-hand turn out of their parking lot into a blind corner where the curling club is to take the long route around to a traffic light? Seems pretty unlikely. My second concern is related to the services, as we spoke about, the municipal services, but I would also like to mention that in the preliminary document that was provided, it fairly clearly indicates that one building will be fine. With all three buildings put in place, there will be an upgrade needed. I'm relieved to hear that that will be on the developer and not on us, but that doesn't speak to the disruptions to traffic flow, again, on this critical street. This street is used as the bypass when Prescott is closed. We have a lot of great community events. Prescott's closed a lot. So, I mean, you've taken that road out of commission. Where does the traffic go? It doesn't speak to the noise. It doesn't speak to the disruptions to our day-to-day lives. Frankly, when the repair was done right at the end of my driveway, I think last year, the year before, my basement flooded. So is the developer also on the line for the repairs that come along with that? Because frankly, I don't think my insurance should have to take that. And I let it go when it was the municipality, but I certainly won't when it's for this. Another concern comes down to, again, the affordable housing that's been discussed. Did a quick search on realtor.ca. For the record, the demographic in that particular area, the households, average income is $70,000 a year. So that's well below the line that we're discussing. It really just emphasizes the fact that this doesn't address the affordable housing issue, and I'm concerned that a lot of the support that we're seeing on Facebook and on other platforms is because it is being touted as affordable. The general community, based on what I've read on the Facebook community groups, does believe this is an affordable housing venture, and I feel that that's been falsely advertised. My last concern, and then I will take my daughter home and I will give everybody else the space to speak, is related to the planning rationale report. It indicated that there wasn't really a character to the area. It was difficult to define a character to the area, that the houses were all kind of different. They all had different siding, different roof shapes, whatever else. I'm an engineer specializing in defining the character of buildings and areas. That is my job. I can lay out a character of that area for you quite easily. It is small residential that has been offset by institutional buildings such as the school, which is directly fed by that small residential. There has always been a balance of residential and of those more institutional, larger developments. So the curling club, the park, everything else. On top of that, I think the area shows a gradual evolution of housing. This is no longer a gradual evolution. I mean, you've got houses from late 1800s. My house is built in 49, moving all the way up. This is a broad leap. This does not reflect at all the character of that area, nor do I think it supports the transition effect from the downtown core to these low-density residential areas. It just creates a big block in the middle of it. So I don't think that that is a good argument either. Like I said, we just wanted to get our concerns noted, so thank you.
Thanks for your patience. Others wishing to speak?
Hello, everyone. My name is Tanya McKechnie, and I live at 224 Rubin. My house is directly across the street from where these apartments are set to go. I don't know the bills. I'm not a municipal person. This is my first time at any place like this. I don't know how to speak. I heard them call you your worship. I thought that was a church thing. Anyways, besides the point. I posed 3 pages of questions here. Phil answered a number of them. Thank you very much. I still have a whole bunch of unanswered questions, a lot of them which pertain to the developer. So if I understand correctly that all of this information is on record, then I will not go through the questions that are still outstanding, although I would like answers to them. My question for this exact moment is for the developer. Do you know that our little town requires 25% affordable housing? Do you know that? Did you know that prior to coming in here?
Oh, sorry, we'll ask the applicant to come back.
Oh,
So
okay.
If you
All
can
right.
direct
So,
your
okay.
questions,
I'll
and
direct
then
my
we'll
question.
make sure they get answered.
So what I'd like to know is if they knew that coming into this and why it is that they would recommend 10% below that. It seems a little bit insulting to our community, and it's very unfortunate that you wouldn't just come in here and abide by what we do in our little town and what we've expected. Also, based on what I've heard today, there's something about this density thing, and I think that our city plan has set those density limits for a reason, and I don't see why we would try and lift those now. There's a whole point for keeping our little downtown, our cute little downtown. I have no problem supporting the surrounding areas and bringing in people that way. What I've heard also tonight is that we just approved this thing for the Pine Hill development at 25% of that whole situation. So to me, it sounds like that's a great development for these buildings to go. I didn't hear any letters of opposition. I really think that that would be a better place for this type of thing. As you can see, there's a number of people in this room and a number of comments that have been submitted of people that do not support this for various reasons. And mine are just like the rest of my neighbors: the traffic, the infrastructure, the privacy. I mean, it's all in my letter. You guys can read that, I'm sure. But anyways, that's my comments for today. I don't know how that you guys could approve this with all of these letters of rejection and all these things that are still unknown. To me, it sounds like that Pine Hill place might be a good place for this residents. But anyways, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Others wishing to speak?
Hi, my name is Kelly Montague. I live at 408 Prescott Street. So this housing development will be going right behind my backyard. I agree with everybody with the traffic. Some mornings I cannot even get out of my laneway to get to work. I have to wait 10 to 15 minutes. So while they did their survey, I don't know where they were. because they weren't on Prescott Street. The parking is a big concern. They're going to be building 168 units. Most families have 1 car to 2 cars. Where is the excess parking going to be? I know one side of Prescott Street is no parking, but my side of Prescott Street is parking available. If it becomes a problem, are they going to put no parking on Prescott Street ever again? Because church people park there some days. Another thing is privacy. 4 stories high is pretty high up there. I don't know if there is any place in Kemptville that's 4 stories high. Maybe Raina's Mall, but yeah, I'm not sure. I'm also concerned when they tore the building down. I was had the rats also, rat problem. I've lived in my house for 13 or 14 years now. I've never seen a rat in my yard, and I am one that's outside from morning to night. And this summer, when they started tearing that public school down, there was rats. So that's where they came from. I don't know where they all are now, but when they build the new structure, are they going to be coming back? Another concern is I'm sure these apartments are going to have air conditioning. I know from experience that they are very noisy. They run 24/7. So that's something else that the people who live in the area are going to have to put up with that noise. If it is, I mean, they say that it's going to be geared to middle-class residences. If it goes to lower class, how are you going to fix that? How would you know? Like, I don't know if there's any stipulation in when there's apartment buildings, who they can rent to and who they cannot rent to. But if they can't rent to the middle class people, and I know a lot of people who find $2,000 a month rent is just not feasible. So if they have trouble renting their places out and they have to drop their price, are they going to rent to lower income people? That's a concern. And if they do that, then property values that are around the building area, are they going to decrease in value? And maybe our taxes are going to go up because there's more people in town, and then our value of our houses are dropped considerably. And when they start to dig, what happens if our water pipes or sewer pipes get damaged? Is that on our expense, or are they going to cover any damages done while excavating the property? And I think that's it.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay. So we'll do this round of public comments. So if you're keen to speak, now is your time. And then we'll go back to the applicant and staff if required. So if you haven't spoken yet and you wish to, please come down to the mic.
Just a quick question.
Yes.
I'm Bev Arcand, and I've done my letter with the parking, which I really find hasn't been addressed. When Phil was discussing tonight about the density, to 110 units per hectare, and it's usually 60. Why are we almost doubling the size? And are you going to set a precedence by allowing this to go through? That's what really makes me nervous, is if you've let this go through, everybody that wants to build in Kemptville is going to do the same thing. So I would like that addressed.
And maybe quickly, Amy, because it's a question that I think we can answer in short order, or Phil, maybe you can speak to the fact that I think precedent has been set,
Yes.
but moreover, considerations in terms of density are really specific to the site, but perhaps you could speak to the precedent that you made us aware of.
Yeah, the Heritage Point condo, Your Worship, was constructed, or it's not constructed, but was approved in principle back in 2013, and at a density of around 200 units per hectare for that specific site, which would be 142 units.
So 142 units per hectare.
No, 200 units per hectare, 142 units on a 0.7 acre site, or 7 hectare site, excuse me. So that's where that calculation comes
So
from.
that building has not been built, obviously.
Correct.
This is around Reuben, over on Riverside, or across from Riverside Park, but the zoning is in place to allow for that.
Zoning withholds, which similar to which would be proposed here.
Okay.
And in terms of the request for 110, that's the request of the applicant.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Hi, I'm Judy Michelle at 205 Reuben, and I just want to put my name on the record here because I wrote in, but he never mentioned my name.
Okay.
My concern again is about flooding, because I have been flooded. Insurance doesn't cover that, and I didn't know I could go to school board, but anyways, that would be my biggest concern, is the flooding, and that where's the snow removal going to go, and where's the garbage and that sort of thing going to go. That's it.
So can we speak to flooding as part of the infrastructure piece now, Amy or Phil? What does the municipality do in those cases, right? Where neighbors perceive or are experiencing, right, a higher level of disruption for some reason that may be connected to the construction. How do you prevent that, plan for it? What's the story?
From a drainage perspective, at site plan control, there will have to be detailed drainage plans which show how water is contained on this property, and that needs to be approved by North Grenville. They are prepared by engineers, peer reviewed, and then ultimately that forms the basis of how drainage will occur on the property. So that's the step that's taken. That level of detail has not yet been provided. It's normally provided at site plan. At this stage, the use is what's being discussed.
And then in terms of snow, where is that envisioned yet? Do we have a sense of where snowbanks would go or where snow pileups would go? How does that work?
Again, those are details that would be determined through site plan. It's very much a reality that, you know, with 3 buildings of that size and parking lots, that they may have to remove snow from the property, but those details would come out through the site plan process.
And is that made obligatory? Do we impose that on the developer, things like snow removal, et cetera?
Typically, that's agreed to through contract and specified through site plan.
Okay, Mr. Dyke?
Just to add to Mr. Moser's comment, so things like snow removal, it's the requirement of the property owner and the snow removal, and to the point where we also don't allow them to store snow on site that would take away applicable parking spaces as well. So there are a number of area requirements that we can enforce to ensure that the snow is adequately removed from the site.
That's my concern is, at one point it was up by our fences, and that's how, with the school, they're plowing. And different times I've had to call and get them to move their area, because that's how I got flooded. And that's my biggest concern. So anyways, that's it.
And are those understandings legally enforceable, Mr. Dyke? So we have a mechanism in place to be vigilant about things like snow removal, et cetera?
That's correct.
Okay. And if the developer doesn't do it, what is that next step? I'm curious.
We have a process by which is a violation of any of our bylaws within the municipality.
So they're fined, they're
Yes.
taken to court?
That's
What is
correct.
it?
That's correct.
Okay. All of the above. Okay. In terms of waste disposal, garbage disposal, quickly, I know Mr. Martin, there was a letter that spoke specifically to proximity of garbage receptacles, right, to existing residents. Can someone speak to that?
Again, those those details, Your Worship, would be addressed through the site plan process. So we're not in the habit of putting garbage receptacles next to people's homes.
And it's at our discretion as a municipality
Yes,
to
through the site
impose
plan.
those constraints?
Mhm.
Okay. All right. All right, we invite further comments.
My name is John Bear, and I live at 56 Dr. Gordon Crescent. And I have one question. Who is going to pay for the infrastructure on that property? Thank you.
Ms. Martin, Mr. Mosher, do you want to perhaps repeat and elaborate upon our expectations of the developer when it comes to infrastructure, please?
So the infrastructure that's required to service the development would be at the sole cost of the individual who's developing the property, be established through the holding symbol. We would need to know what sizes of pipes, et cetera, would be required, and those things would need to be constructed at their sole cost and expense.
And we obviously have experience doing this with other developments in the community, is that correct? Can you give an example of a more recent example?
Yes, Your Worship. I'll field this question. So when the long-term care facility, Southbridge Long-Term Care Facility was going through their process, the site plan agreement required them to be responsible for the upgrading of the portion of Queen Street that moved into their property. It was up until the long-term care facility was constructed, that small portion from Dumbrell into the site was gravel. It was the responsibility of the long-term care facility to bring that up to municipal standards to access to the site. So that's an example of a type of infrastructure project where it was required for the development to take place.
And it's not optional? It's a legally enforceable mechanism?
That is correct, Your Worship. It was enacted through our site plan agreement. So the enforceability is through the site plan and the engineering that was supported through that.
Okay. Any other comments? Can I ask one more question? Sure. Well, why don't we let this gentleman go, and then we'll clue up for public comments. Is there anyone else wishing to speak who has yet to do so? I just want to make sure we're all covered here. Okay. So we'll go back to your question just shortly. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Troy Roulard. I reside at 7 Blossom Road. Many of my concerns here, I wrote to council and to Phil. Thank you for providing all the documents. I think many of the concerns come down to density. So number one, traffic has already been mentioned. Supporting infrastructure has already been mentioned. Is the current infrastructure adequate? Who foots the bills for these things? If they're needed to be further developed to support this type of density. But I will focus on the density issue. So I'll just read from what I submitted is the North Grenville official plan, section 10.26, defines a maximum density of 45 units per gross hectare of land. The proposed amendments seek to permit a maximum density of 110 units per gross hectare. This is in direct contravention of section 14.2 of the North Grenville official plan that states, in no case shall density bonuses exceed 35% of the maximum residential density permitted in this plan. I think that speaks to pretty much all of the residents' concerns here. And I would just like to know, obviously this limit that is in the official North Grenville plan, how can that be circumvented right now for this applicant? Thank you.
So perhaps Ms. Martin or Mr. Mosher, you want to speak? It's not the first time that council is being asked to amend the official plan when it comes to density provisions. Can you speak to the points at which you decide to bring to council an amendment to the foreseen density parameters, right, within which housing is built within North Grenville?
So any individual or applicant can request to amend the official plan to allow for an increase in density, and in this specific case, the application is for that 110 units per gross hectare on the basis of affordability and the style of development that's being proposed. So any individual has the right to make a request to amend the official plan, and you're right, Your Worship, that it has been done in the past several times by past councils on specific properties to increase the gross density per hectare.
And also by this council, because we've made official plan amendments on the basis of density.
Last term's council, yes.
Yes, indeed, you are correct. A former iteration of this council, thank you. Yeah.
Just a follow-up?
Yes, of course.
So have they granted the density increase that exceeds the bonus of 35%?
Through you, Your Worship, yes, that has been granted in the past on several occasions.
Okay. Thank you.
And sorry, just to clarify, they are making a specific request to do that on this application. The 110 has not yet been granted. That's the discussion here for this public meeting.
But variances to the density provisions in our official plan have been more than once, right, adopted, right? This and past councils. I only ask that because it's important to me to also clarify for ourselves that these official plan amendments around density are things that we are more often than not being asked to consider, particularly given where we're at with housing. Okay, is there you had one final question. And then I'm assuming there's no other public comments, because I'd like to go back to the applicant with some of the outstanding questions that have yet to be addressed.
So if this happens, construction would be in the summer, and I want to know what kind of safety measures are going to be enforced so that it is safe for kids to walk to the park, because as we've heard, there's many people with children on Rubin Crescent. I have a young child. I'm going to be teaching him how to ride a bike next summer. I want to know, is it going to be safe? Do I have to worry about dump trucks whizzing by? And you know, we know that these people who drive construction trucks, I'm guilty, I was a construction person too, we drive fast. We're not thinking, oh, you know, like residential, it's time is money, let's get this job done. So what is going to be put in place so that it's safe for kids to walk to and from the park?
Yeah, it's a fair question, thanks. Okay. So perhaps at this stage, is that something you can answer on the construction side? Perhaps we can also ask the applicant.
I think, Your Worship, certainly the municipality will work with the applicant, like we do with many of our developers, to establish what those routes are in and out of the site. And then from the Ontario Building Code perspective, the site will be required to be fenced during construction. So if there's a concern about the property being accessed, the developer does have to secure the site from that perspective. But it's something that we would address as part of the site plan to ensure that we establish a route, and certainly the municipality, we do receive calls from the public from time to time where there are concerns in regards to truck traffic or development, and we have maintained good relationships with developers to have those conversations to address those concerns as they arise. But it would be something that we would address through site plan control as well.
Mm-hmm.
If I may, Your Worship. So I think not understanding really the situation and not having been on site to understand what was going on at that time, there are certain provisions in the building code where there's activities. So again, like they would have to secure the site during the construction process. There are many properties where you're right, there might just be an excavator sitting on the property, but it's more the security around, especially like when you are excavating, there's not like a large hole that's open for an individual to walk onto the site and fall into. Those are requirements that the developer must meet, or any builder under the building code.
And maybe, I mean, I think we take your point in terms of vigilance, right, and additional safety measures. Riverside Park is a hot destination. We're making significant investments in it. We want kids to be able to walk and bike there. We totally get that. And, you know, I think my question is, why wouldn't we plan for sidewalks on both sides? Just given the realities of what's coming, it's not going to break the bank. It seems prudent. I think, you know, if this is to proceed, I'm not assuming as much, but providing it does, or if it does, it would seem to me that we'd want to plan for some of those road safety measures that give a little bit of comfort to families and children who might be using what is a very, you know, busy section of road. So those things strike me on the traffic piece. It does seem that perhaps, you know, these traffic usage studies always come to us, and sometimes it even surprises us that the way in which traffic patterns are understood sometimes is out of sync with how people understand the road and what they've seen or lived, you know. And so I think we get that some extra attention to sort of traffic is definitely warranted, or certainly, I don't speak on behalf of council. But we're still in the public meeting. Jessica, I was going to ask the applicants to come back and answer some of the outstanding questions. Did you have anything to add? No. Okay. So I'm assuming everyone who wished to speak had an opportunity to speak. Is that correct? We good? Okay. So maybe the applicants, I've just taken notes, and council colleagues, if you wish to ask anything in addition of the applicants, please do. I think the things that I didn't hear addressed was, and Ms. Martin, I think some of these are for you, certainly was the emergency services piece, the noise piece, was that assessed or foreseen in terms of mitigation measures? I don't understand if there'll be an HVAC system in these buildings or not. So in terms of air conditioning units being, you know, situated in windows or not, I think that would be helpful for us to better understand. And then in terms of greenery, right, or really greening the area around the buildings, what is foreseen? Because I certainly think, you know, there are trees very close to Mr. Martin's property. They provide crucial shading and privacy. Can those stay? Are there ways to plan for some greening of the parking area, if you will? We know that we're right next to a park, but everybody likes to live next to aesthetically pleasing spaces. So I think that would also be important to address. I don't know if I've missed anything, council colleagues, or if there are other questions you'd like to ask. We can start there and see where we get. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Maybe I'll start with the greening
Yes,
of the site.
please.
So the site didn't have a lot of vegetation to start with. There are boundary trees. There are some significant boundary trees, particularly along the northern property lines, where there's some black walnut that are substantial. Every effort is going to be made to preserve boundary trees. There are a couple of trees that are internal, and we're not sure whether they're going to be able to be preserved, but our desire is to keep trees as opposed to planting new trees. We will be adding a substantial number of boundary trees along with fencing. And in the parking lot itself, our preliminary site concept has trees in the center median that would be able to provide shade to those parked cars. So we will have a very detailed landscape plan that comes in at site plan approval that identifies where the trees are going to go and the variety of trees, and efforts will be made to make sure that they're native trees, and there's a fairly good source of native trees locally that we'll probably take advantage of. In terms of emergency services, I think the comments were suggested that emergency services did not have any concerns or objections. The site will be designed in accordance with the fire code and the Ontario Building Code to ensure proper radius and access points for all apartments units for emergency services. That's a critical component of design. And will be detailed and committed to in the site plan stage, but that's very, very typical requirement, and is not out of the ordinary at all. That was questions 2 and 3.
Noise, HVAC systems.
Noise. It's not yet been determined how we're going to deal with HVAC. A centralized approach is something that we're looking at. In that case, you would probably have roof-mounted or ground-mounted systems. Again, they would have to meet noise code requirements, and that will be, again, addressed through site plan. The one thing to keep in mind is that the air-conditioned units are different than refrigeration units. I know when we were at the open house, Mayor, there were some comments that they could hear the HVAC system from the hospital. That system that you're hearing from the hospital is not air conditioning, it's for refrigeration, which is a much more sort of robust type of system. We wouldn't be having that here. It would be simply for air control and not for refrigeration. But again, that's a site plan detail that will work and meet all required code and standards through our discussions with your staff.
Okay, council colleagues, I've talked a lot. Is there anything you'd like to ask the applicant? Go ahead, Councillor Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have a number of comments and some questions. So given that we've, the development charges, we're not going to get the impact normally from development charges, and that growth should be paying for growth. I do have a question regarding then how we pay for some of the infrastructure, and in particular thinking of safety and the fact that the park is very close. There is no sidewalk, and we need a sidewalk, and we need better lighting on Rubin Street. I park at the curling club. It's very dark. It's a bad corner. You're blind at that corner when you come out. It's dark and it's hard to see, and people coming around there don't have a very good line of vision, and there's no stop sign, like you just motor around the corner. So there is going to be an issue with parking along there. There's an issue with parking now, and there's an issue with the traffic now, and that traffic study being done in July is certainly doesn't represent the traffic that's between October and April on that street, when there's curling and activity in the curling club all day long. So I think that needs to be addressed. And in terms of, so my question then would be for Director Martin, can improved lighting and sidewalks be something then that would be part of the site plan and the requirements for the developer to cover the cost and the expense of having that?
Through your worship to Councillor Sullivan, certainly those are conversations that we can have with the developer in regards to some of those off-site works that may be required. I cannot provide a comment at this time in regards to lighting or sidewalk requirements. That I would have to defer that to our Director of Public Works to address. But through the site plan control and development process, these are things that we can address with the developer. They are items that we've addressed with other previous developments, but it would be part of that negotiation process.
Thank you. I think, and the other concern I have is about the 15% affordability, and the fact that it is only for 10 years. Like, then what happens at the end of the 10 years? So those are two concerns, two questions that I have, and I would like to know why, if we are requesting 25%, why is the applicant asking for only 15% with only a 10-year guarantee?
Mayor, I'll attempt to address some of those. With respect to the development charges, I think that it's important to appreciate that it wasn't Bill 23 that removed development charges from this site. It was your Downtown Community Action Plan. That was where there was a commitment to waive development charges. That was done intentionally as an incentive to encourage investment in this property. And that's what my client is attempting to do. So it wasn't Bill 23 that eliminated development charges, though I think that that's a broader discussion for the community and how to address that and maintain the concept of growth pays for growth. But with CIPs, they are one of the exceptions to the rule where there is incentives made for certain types of investment to take place. And so that was done by the municipality as recent as 2021. And so I think that's important to appreciate, that it's not a recent change. In terms of off-site amenities, we are certainly prepared to talk to staff and enter into discussions about what has to happen. The preliminary site concept that we have has a direct pedestrian link from our site into Riverside Park. It would end up sort of where the structure is right now. It's always been a pathway from the school in that location to Riverside Park, and we're looking at enhancing that and making it a more formal sort of feature on the site. Traffic control, again, it's related to the parking study. The parking study, again, I stress, has been peer-reviewed and found to be acceptable by other professionals. If there are problems with the methodology, if your peer review suggests that there needs to be more work to have a more accurate reflection, we would be interested in having that. But to date, everything has been supportive of the traffic study by the externals. In terms of parking, our commitment is to have our parking on site. We are providing 1.25 parking spaces per unit that will look after a minimum of 1 car per unit, as well as visitor parking, and for the odd person that has 2 vehicles as well. So there's going to be excess parking on the site beyond 1 vehicle per unit for visitors and overflow, and we would not anticipate that there would be overflow parking from this property. It's not like you would have with a townhouse development where you get overflow parking spilling out into neighborhoods. Apartment style development where you have central parking doesn't have that same type of impact. And in terms of the affordability, we are committing to 15% through CMHC under agreement for a 10-year period. That's the CMHC program. We are committing to the balance of them being affordable at market rent, but being affordable to individuals of low and moderate income as defined as being affordable in your official plan. The entire project will be affordable housing. That's all I have to say at this time, Mayor.
Okay. Other questions, Councillor Strachan?
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. I'm not going to repeat a lot of what Councillor Sullivan has mentioned or some of the residents have, but I will just highlight the ones that I think are most concerning to me. 15% I don't think is adequate for affordable housing or housing affordability or however you want to phrase it. I think it is challenging, and I appreciate the efficiency and the savings that are there for building more efficient housing and so on, but I don't think that a commitment of 15%, given the significant amount of growth and the changes that we're looking for in that area, is enough, and that I would really, I think I would insist, or I would want to see an attempt to achieve that 25% threshold, notwithstanding the other comments that you have made about the rest of the housing being, or the rest of the apartments being affordable as well. And I would like to see perhaps a better evaluation of how that's being assessed so that we could make that judgment for ourselves as well. The traffic study, I think perhaps part of my concern isn't just the timing of it. July, I think, is unfortunate. We're coming off a COVID summer. Our pool wasn't even running at full capacity. So I think that there are concerns there when we look at what the reality is. And we have real concerns when there are bigger events, when the curling club has its many events throughout the winter, when children are using that shortcut to get to the high schools or the other schools along concession. I think there are a lot of other factors in there, and I question whether or not that traffic study is adequate. You mentioned that we live in a walkable community, and I think that there is a misunderstanding there as to what it means to live in downtown or even in the core part of Kemptville. Yes, you can walk to certain stores. Yes, you can walk to certain places. However, most of our amenities are now along 43, and that is not a walkable distance from the downtown core. So there are a lot of needs for vehicles. There are a lot of needs for people with vehicles who work outside of the community, and we do have a large percentage of people who do work outside of North Grenville, even with the federal government being partially still work from home. So I think that those things combined do raise some concerns for me. The safety concerns, I think Councillor O'Sullivan expressed those adequately, and I think that those need to be addressed as well in all of this. And I don't know, I don't have the answer to this, and perhaps this is a question for Director Martin. Are we in a position to request a new traffic study or a different traffic study? I'm not sure how we would phrase it. Do we have any leverage on that point if we feel that this one is inadequate? Thank you.
Through your worship, in answer to you, Councillor Strachan, the study that was provided was, we as staff had an opportunity to say these are the types of things we would like to be addressed. So there was input into that. There was also input into that from the county's engineers and their professionals. Then the report was prepared with that guidance, and it's been submitted. Even at that, there's been some back and forth about comments, all of which have been addressed by Mr. Halpenny, the traffic engineer. So from my perspective, no, I don't believe that we would be able to request an additional traffic study ourselves, but that's my opinion.
Madam Mayor, can I just follow up quickly with that? On that point, when we're looking at the traffic study then, and we have these concerns about where we know there are issues, I mean, if you're in this community during those events and you know how busy that particular area of Rubin Street is, and thinking about the improvements for Riverside Park, those are all factored into this current traffic study, is that correct?
I can't speak to all the details of it. I have reviewed the document. Mr. Simon may be able to speak to it, but okay. I can't speak to those specifics.
Okay, thank you.
As I mentioned in my initial comments to council, there's a 2% annual increase in background volume of traffics on both Rubin and Prescott that are built into the model that anticipate additional growth, additional activities, additional events taking place within that downtown core area that will impact traffic. So the short answer is yes, it's been addressed and incorporated into the decision by the 2% increase in annual background traffic.
Mr. Dyke?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to build on Councillor Strachan's question, while I agree with Mr. Moser, our ability to require an additional traffic study be done are limited. However, what you are fully within your rights to as a council member is ask for clarification on the points that are currently raised, and request the developers and engineer provide confirmation back to council that those things have been adequately put into the program and the modeling that was described going in. My comments aren't based on thinking there is something with the modeling. I'd say for council's assurances going forward that the modeling was properly done and directly accounts for what the growth will be plus in the surrounding areas. So that is something council is fully within the rights to ask for.
Okay. Any other? I see Councillor O'Sullivan's hand, and I don't know, Councillor Wilson, if you have anything else to add. I'm just giving everyone the opportunity. Go ahead, Councillor O'Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you, it was a question that I had written down, but I've missed asking. Is there a plan for any accessible units out of the 168?
Again, that's something that we've been speaking about. It depends on market. Certainly, the building is going to be designed to be accessible with accessible doorways, and it will have an elevator. In terms of the actual bathroom design, That's something that we haven't quite got to yet, and that's another component of accessibility. But in general, the building's going to be accessible, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so seeing no other questions, I'm, I think, going to close the public meeting unless Ms. Martin or Mr. Mosher, you have any last comments to make at this stage? Okay. So I want to extend my appreciation to staff. I know this has been an intensive project. I also want to recognize all the residents who are here this evening and those who have written in. I have to say, in my day-to-day conversations, I think the reality is there is need for rental units in North Grenville. I think we can all agree on that. I often feel saddened to know that young couples or seniors, in fact, are not able to find housing here. And I've spoken to many, many seniors who get to a point where they don't want to own a home, they can't maintain a home, they may be priced out of a home, and rental units such as this, I think, do serve a very valuable, function in our community, because we should be able, I think, to accommodate individuals at all life stages. Notwithstanding the very legitimate concerns that have been raised tonight, I just want to say from my perspective that this community in particular suffers from an acute shortage of rental units. And it is important that we have dialogue together about how we get to that. I also just want to clarify for Mr. Simon that, yes, Council created a DCAP program, a downtown incentive program, very much with the assistance of Mr. Dyke, who had come from larger municipalities that were also contending with how to revitalize downtown. We can see how lopsided some of that development is, and the reality is our downtown core is, it is part of the heart and soul of this community, and we want to see it thrive. So the downtown development program was not designed for one specific property owner or developer. It was, however, it was forged to create the conditions for better and more development of all kinds in the downtown. And you're absolutely right that I'm sure from your perspective that moving towards this kind of development, from your perspective, certainly aligns with some of the vision that was captured there. I think on the affordable housing percentage, it is a bit of a struggle for us because we've set a threshold. Sometimes it is difficult for developers to meet a 25% threshold, and we do have those conversations all the time. Is 15% enough in this particular case? I don't know. I don't know. We've had many different conversations with developers, and we get all kinds of different feedback. So personally, I'm contending with the different scenarios there, given that we have an urgent need for rental units. However, 15% certainly isn't where we had hoped to be, certainly for this conversation, or certainly where I hope to be. That being said, if there's confirmation of accessible units, if there's confirmation of some of the other aspects to rental units that make them affordable from a utility standard, et cetera, then that's perhaps of some comfort. So we have a recommendation from staff on the table, and that is to approve. Oh, and I have to close the meeting, correct? We did close the meeting. Okay. And there's two. Okay. So I'll start with the official plan bylaw, or the comprehensive zoning bylaw. Official plan goes first. So I looked at council colleagues. I don't know if there's an appetite to move or second either of the recommendations coming from staff this evening. We've had a very fulsome discussion. So I defer to council colleagues. I don't move or second motions. That's not my job as chair, so I'll need it to come from one of you. Is someone prepared to move the motion this evening? Councillor Wilson? And do we have a seconder?
Just to clarify a couple of things before I proceed with seconding the motion, but when we get to site plan, we have the opportunity then to address the infrastructure that would be required in terms of sidewalk, lighting, safety, etc., and parking, traffic, snow removal, all those things, and the accessible units, the number of accessible units. Would that be possible at site plan approval?
Through your worship, so lighting, sidewalks, parking, garbage, drainage, those types of things at site plan, yes. The way the wording is written by staff, accessible units would be entered into, they could be entered into ahead of site plan or as part of site plan, the specification for 15% or whatever.
Okay, just that, you know, a lot of the people who may need to access some of this housing would maybe be older and need some accessible features, so. Okay, then I will second the motion.
Of course, the other option, Council, is deferral, but we have a motion that's now on the table that's been moved and seconded. My question is around the affordable housing percentage. So how does that so currently the proposal is 15%. If this gets passed tonight, is there any opportunity to revisit the 15%? Or what is being proposed in this moment?
Through your worship, the wording in the OP amendment itself doesn't have like the 15% criteria established. It's open. So there could be discussions that continue. I know that the applicants are requesting specifically for the 15%, so maybe the wording a minimum of 15% could be included. But that's how the wording is today.
So I certainly think, colleagues, given everything I've heard, that we should stipulate a minimum of 15 and not settle on the 15%. So if we're considering this motion now, I would urge you to at least stipulate a minimum or more that goes beyond the 15%. Mr. Dyke, again, I need others to share in that. So, Mr. Dyke, do you have a comment?
I think so. Is it possible if I could have 5 minutes to?
Sure. Yeah, let's take a break.
Thanks.
Okay, we'll take 5 minutes. Okay, we have all of council colleagues back. Thank you for the opportunity to take a few short minutes. I think, Mr. Dyke, you had a proposal or some additional consideration on the affordable housing thing where I think we are struggling a little bit, among other things.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I think with respect where the motion is written tonight is it doesn't need to be modified because with the exception of we would tie the discussions around the affordable housing quotient being percentage type, those type of number, those type of things would actually be part of the agreement that's referenced in the holding provision for the zoning bylaw. So basically what that would say is that until the municipality is satisfied with respect to the direction on the affordable housing piece, we wouldn't release the agreement, which then in turn wouldn't release the holding provision on the zoning bylaw. So I think you can achieve those goals with respect to the housing side of things as written, just with an understanding, and I did speak with Mr. Simon and his client, that the current wording could go forward with the understanding that the housing piece would be still part of the subject of the final agreement with the municipality.
So the proposed 15% by the developer is not a fait accompli, is that right?
That's correct.
There was room and capacity to look at a higher percentage, and also the establishment of accessible units that Councillor O'Sullivan spoke of?
That would all be part of the discussions with the release of the agreement.
Okay. Councillor O'Sullivan, is there anything you wanted to add?
Thank you for the opportunity. Just that if the design and the architectural drawings, et cetera, are completed prior to getting to that stage, is it too late then to do accessible features, like an elevator that is large enough for a stretcher, et cetera?
Sure, please. You do need to come down to the mic. We can't hear you.
The Ontario Building Code requires accessible units in a multi-unit apartment building. So as the building code does require us to provide a certain percentage of units that are accessible. So that means wider doors, showers. The one elevator we are installing will be able to handle a gurney. There's one elevator per building, but that elevator is going to be large enough for moving furniture. You know, it's going to be heavily used. It's going to be large enough for anyone that needs wheelchair accessible or whatever.
Okay, thank you.
And what percentage does the building code stipulate?
I'm not an expert in that. I just know that there are a certain percentage. We don't have anyone from the building department here, but that's my understanding.
Okay. Ms. Martin, do you have any more insight?
Thank you, Worship. I would have to follow up with our chief building official to get the specific requirement under the OBC.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so the question of percentage of affordable doesn't need to be resolved this evening. And at this point, the motion remains on the table as moved by Councillors Wilson and O'Sullivan. So I know, Councillor Strachan, I think you wanted to make some additional comments.
Thank you for clarifying, through you, Madam Mayor, thank you for clearing that, the affordability, affordable housing component, Mr. Dyke. I think on that point, it's been referenced a few times this evening by the applicant that the remaining units will have a certain level of affordability, therefore 100% will fall under, sort of that umbrella of what we would consider affordable. I think providing additional information so that we're better informed as to what that looks like and what that's based on would help us better understand where we can go with things, and then it will feed into that bigger conversation about the affordable housing component. So I would ask that the applicant also provide more information on that point so that we, again, are better informed as to what forms that assessment. Thank you.
And then just on the road safety measures, Ms. Martin, I know we don't have our Director of Public Works here. I would like to request more formal engagement. At this stage, we prefer to be proactive, particularly given potentially an extended construction cycle. I think it is critical, given the proximity of this proposed development to Riverside Park, that we are as vigilant as possible. So I really would be very uncomfortable removing the holding symbol without a very comprehensive plan. Councillor Sullivan and I were talking again just at the break, and the lighting and the notion of what is a blind curve and the absence of speed bumps on Riverside Park, sort of on the back end of Riverside Park, which arguably could slow people down, among other things, make me very nervous as a parent, and we're all parents or grandparents at this table. So I would like to see far more proactivity, and I don't want to wait 5 years. I don't want to wait 3 years. If this thing is coming, then I really want us to see us plan for it properly. We are a growing community. We have so many children and seniors in this community, and we really need, I think, to establish a high standard. When a neighborhood changes because of a development, then we need to be so committed to making sure we provide all the road safety provisions required. That speaks to the traffic study, but more to the point, it speaks to the kind of users we are going to see not just come in and out of a new development, but in and out of our park, which is our central park. And this council has been so committed to revitalizing that park. So, you know, I think not just on the Rubin Crescent side we're talking about, but even near the post office, we don't have enough road safety provisions. So I think we have to go well above and beyond what's being anticipated here. And I would absolutely like to see a plan. I want a plan. We know that in other aspects of our community, like Colonnade and other developments, without the benefit of a really good plan at the front end, it takes years to fix things. And that is not a legacy we want to leave. It's too critically important, especially given the fact that Riverside Park is such an important destination for some of our most vulnerable residents. We're asking for one. Okay, sorry, that was a bit of a rant. I apologize. Okay, motion's on the table. It's been moved and seconded. Any final comments? Okay, so then I will call the question. All in favor, please. Okay, it passes. It's a... Okay, so we actually have another meeting. Certainly, we're available for questions we're available for questions after the meeting, but we actually have to move into one other agenda item. Okay.
Ma'am, please, the meeting is over, meeting concluded. You had your opportunity to speak.
Okay, so so we have two other items on the agenda.
There is the zoning bylaw. That was the OPA.
Oh, that was the OPA. Thank you. Okay. So, colleagues, I apologize. What we just initially passed was the official plan amendment. So I will need a mover and a seconder for consideration of the second motion, which is the amendment to the comprehensive zoning bylaw 5012 to amend the zoning of the lands located at 215 Rubin Crescent, lots 3 to 6, northwest side of Ottawa Street, lots 3 to 7, southeast side of Ottawa Street. Am I reading the right? Okay. Park Lot 1, part of Park Lot 2, Lot 6, southeast side, Victoria Street, former town of Kemptville, now the municipality of North Grenville, from institutional to residential fourth density exception zone, to permit the development of 168 residential apartment dwellings and 3 buildings into various side yard setbacks and requirements for amenity space. So I will need a mover and a seconder for this, colleagues. So this is the comprehensive zoning bylaw. What we passed is the official plan bylaw amendment. Mover or seconder? If I don't have a mover and a seconder, yes, correct. Yes, we have passed that. So this is the comprehensive zoning bylaw, which maybe, Amy, you can speak to the necessity of both bylaws in this case, so council is clear.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the official plan amendment was necessary in order to permit an increase in density. And then the zoning bylaw is what's going to entrench the zone standard provisions in regards to setbacks, all the various holding zones we discussed this evening, and establishes the use of the property as residential comparative to the current institutional zoning on the lands.
Indeed, because the current zoning is institutional because it was a former site of school, right? Okay. Is that helpful? So do I have a mover and a seconder for the zoning bylaw amendments? Correct. Is that the key change, Amy, in terms of the zoning bylaw?
That is correct. It's changing the zoning category from institutional to residential fourth density to allow for the use, identifying the site-specific provisions that are being requested, as Mr. Mosher outlined within his presentation and within his report, and then to implement the holding zone for the various elements that were discussed this evening.
And the holding zone provisions are critical to our capacity as a municipality to influence certain aspects of the development, correct?
That is correct, Your Worship.
Okay. So,
thank you, Your Worship. Under Bill 109, site plan authority, as required by the province, has been delegated down through to staff, but the municipal staff will keep council apprised as to where we're at within that process.
And when will we see a site plan? When will we be advised of a site plan?
So when the site plan application is made, Your Worship, it is a public document, so we will advise council as to when the application is received, and we can provide updates through to council as to where we're at through the process.
So we don't have to approve the site plan, and yet the site plan is when we're going to be sure that...
Yeah, Councillor Sullivan, your mic needs to go on.
Sorry. When it comes to site plan, that is when we have the opportunity to make sure that we have the sidewalks, the lighting, all those sorts of things addressed. So can we ask that this site plan come to us?
Through Your Worship, through Bill 109, no. However, council is the authority for lifting the holding zones. So council will have to be satisfied that the municipality and staff have entered into the necessary agreements prior to lifting those holdings. So that's still the mechanism in which it comes back to council, but the authority to enter the agreement and that process, again, through Bill 109, was put down to staff.
Yes, go ahead.
Just for clarity, is the agreement, prior to the signing of the agreement, staff will not be signing off on the negotiation agreement. That will be done by council.
I think the nuance is that recent legislation pushed forward by the Ford government actually worked to disempower councils at the site plan stage. So our mechanism becomes the holding symbol, and I think there's a very clear understanding in this room that we want to see every aspect of the site plan because of the concerns that have been expressed this evening.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll need a mover and a seconder for the comprehensive zoning bylaw amendment. Councillor Sullivan? Okay, thank you. Councillor Strachian? And again, I think the function and specifics of the bylaw have been well explained. Are there any other questions by council colleagues? Seeing none, then I'll call the question. All in favor? Okay, so that passes. And Ms. Martin, when would you expect that we would see more fulsome information in terms of the site plan on this issue, on this development?
Thank you, Your Worship. That's really at the timing of the developer at this stage. There is a 20-day appeal period following the decision of council once staff issue notice. We have 15 days to get notice of council's decision out. Subject to that appeal period and the outcome of that, again, it's up to the developers to the timing of when they would bring that application forward. But certainly council will be made aware when that application comes in, as again, it is a public document and members of the public, including council, can request to see those documents.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Workman, if you can remind us where we're at. Right, 810 Victoria Avenue. Okay, so we are inviting, is it Mr. Mosher or Ms. Martin on? Okay, so then this is not a public meeting, but we are addressing some of the concerns that were raised in a public meeting and revisiting the issue of a zoning amendment for 810 Victoria Avenue. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Mosher.
Thank you, Your Worship. Could we go to the next slide, please, Jessica? Okay, so just in terms of a refresher of where we're at, this is 810 Victoria between Jack and Joseph Street, subject property highlighted in red here. If we could go to the next slide, please. This just shows the aerial photo. You can see that there's currently a duplex on the southwest side, and the subject development was proposing a semi-detached with 2 dwelling units within the basement of a future dwelling to be located on the east side. Next slide, please. So there was additional information that was submitted following the public meeting. They included a site plan. This was prepared by Lockwood Brothers Construction, and it was revised on November 15th. There was a grading plan prepared by Moray & Associates, included calculations in terms of drainage impacts to this property and neighboring properties. It was reviewed by our Public Works Department, and there was some revisions made to the plans as a result of that review, which was provided on December 5th. An opportunity was given to the Public Works Department to provide further comment, and they indicated they had no objections. And then there was also some test pit observations which were made, again, prepared by Moray & Associates, and this was dated September 6, 2022. Next slide, please. I know, so one of the key things that was requested was a plan showing like how all the parking would work on the subject property. A key thing to note is that for the proposed semi-detached dwellings with the proposed driveway there, the minimum requirement under the current zoning bylaw is 4 spaces. And for the semi-existing duplex on the west side, the minimum requirement is just for 2. So the applicants have prepared a plan showing a theoretical maximum that could occur on the subject property, up to 8 on the east and up to 4 on the west. Next slide, please. There's a lot of information on this slide, but suffice to say that this is the detailed lot grading and drainage plan, which was prepared by Moray & Associates, reviewed by Public Works, and led to some revisions. Some key features about the plan was the use of drainage swales around the perimeter of the property to direct stormwater from the development, from the increase in impervious area, into linear infiltration trenches located adjacent the central driveway. This is also, I've discussed with Mr. Lockwood that that's the location where snow storage would be directed to and occur for the future development. And again, this plan was reviewed by Public Works, accepted, and would form the basis. Before Bill 23 would have formed the basis of a site plan, but shows how they would develop the site. Next slide, please. So at the public meeting, staff had a recommendation that it should be approved, and we maintain that recommendation. We think that the additional information that's been provided has answered some questions. We're happy to answer any other questions. And I do know that there's some members of the public who understand that it's not a public meeting, but are here tonight and would maybe like to speak. So that's it for me.
Okay, thank you. Are there residents in this room who wish to speak? Okay. We will create that space then.
Hello, my name is Cindy Breedick. I live at 15 Victoria Avenue, which is the house right across the street from where this is going to be proposed. What I'd like to request, if I could, is to bring back up the site plan that was in the presentation as reference, so we can discuss it. Okay, so you'll notice on the site plan, I just want to say that I'm not I do not contest in any way that it doesn't meet any bylaws or it doesn't meet any bill or code or has any, I'm not a drainage expert, but I do want to state the effect that it has on the community. So it's not an individual property in the middle of nowhere. It's a property in the middle of a developed neighborhood that has all single-family homes. They're large properties, and the majority of the properties have 2 to 3 to maybe 4 cars on these properties. The majority of the properties are set back from the road, so there's no obstruction when backing out of these properties, so sight lines are not impeded as compared to what I believe this property will do. So what it's doing is it's going from, 2 dwellings. I'm not opposed to another dwelling or another building being on this property. I'm definitely pro-densification. And I don't mind severing the property and having an additional dwelling, but what has happened now is it goes from having the possibility of 2 to 3 or 4 cars to 12. So now we're living beside a property that is a parking lot as opposed to, having green space or backyard opportunities. So I wanted to also mention that this property is on the sidewalk side of the street. And if, from what I understand, they're looking for an amendment to bring the property closer to the street than most houses are on that street. If I'm misquoting this, I apologize, Phil. And when they're backing out of a tunnel in between the houses and into, with the increase of cars, and I'll get to the increase of cars in a moment, backing into a street that is very small to begin with. It's an avenue, and they're backing into a sidewalk. That's really the only safe place, or should be the safe place, for our children to walk back and forth down the street. So I just wanted to highlight my safety concerns, sort of outside of the fact that it meets sort of, bills or codes. I want to propose a scenario, and that's why I asked to have this updated here. If the entrance to the 2 units in the basement are opening to the front of the building, and this is a hypothetical question to put forward, what is the chance that the people that are living in those 2 units, let's say we give them the 1.25 cars that we've indicated is the standard, what are the chances that they are going to drive their cars into the back area and bring whatever they have picked up at the grocery store, or their children, or their aging parents, or what they're going to do is they're going to pull up what I would do. I don't want to put out there what I would do is I would pull up, I would take everything out, put it into the house, lock my door, and go to bed. That's my scenario. Logically, it doesn't make sense that they would pull into the backyard and then cart and bring everything to the front of the house. So that's the first scenario that I wanted to talk about. The second scenario is that let's assume the 2 larger units on top had the 4 spaces in the garage at the back of the property. Let's assume we're going to call that Unit A and Unit B. So somebody from Unit A comes down in the morning and they want to get their car out of the garage. What are the chances that Unit C and D are there or not there? Or that they would have to then go and figure out whose car it was in order to say, I'm leaving for work today, can you back out your car? Who is going to answer the door? What happens if they can't come to the door? What happens if it turns out that they're on vacation and they're not allowed to actually park on the street for the week that they're gone on vacation, and that is the allotted space for the car? I know what Phil indicated was that they only needed to allow for 4 cars. But let's talk about what are the chances of them only having 4 cars for 4 units in that space, and not a road wide enough to have 2 cars parked on the road and one being able to go through the middle of it.
let alone in the winter months when we're not supposed to be parking on the street in order to, to take the snow off the street. So I just wanted to make sure that it's clearly thought. I'm not, like I said, I'm not disputing the fact that it probably meets all of the requirements, but the effect on the overall community, I think, is really important to remember. This is not a single lot in the middle of nowhere that doesn't affect anything. It's going to greatly affect the houses and the children and the community around it. That's what I wanted to add.
Thank you. We're not that scary, are we? I don't think we look scary. Okay. I hope we don't come across that way. That'd be so sad. Okay.
Robert Moray, 32 Victoria. I believe my correspondence has been circulated, including what was sent to council members in part today. So I don't mean to further talk to the same points. The main thing here, relative to what Mr. Mosher presented this evening, is that the snow, removal from the driveway will be right over top of the drainage ditches or trenches, put them more nicely, sorry, the infiltration trenches. And so likelihood there'll be freeze thaw going through all of that. And so I do want to bring your attention to that, because there is a majority of problems in the area because there isn't stormwater removal for most of the streets in the neighborhood. And so creating something where you're going to have a sump that's going to be draining out into these trenches, and then having snow on top of that and or rain will cause drainage problems, because as the report from Maury Associates indicated, it's likely that's bedrock back in that area, and at that point water will go down from the trenches onto the bedrock and travel along that. And the elevation, the way it's set up on Victoria Avenue, is it goes northeast. So it's going to go against other people's properties, because that's the way gravity works. And just as the presentation that was just made by one of the neighbors on parking, common sense says certain things happen, no matter what the regulations state. That's the way things work sometimes. And so when we're considering things, we can't eliminate common sense in some of the considerations that we're doing. So outside of that, I just wanted to please ask that council remember what they asked for in their deferral the last time this item was brought forward. And I believe some of those issues have not yet been addressed. Thank you.
Okay, council colleagues, jump in here. I think we've heard from our two members of the community. Can someone, Mr. Morey did send a very detailed note and has elaborated on it here in terms of stormwater, water flows, bedrock. And so I just wonder if anyone can speak with confidence to where you believe things are at. I know, Mr. Lockwood, you were here, and I think you've, I don't know if you wish to speak to the proposal in greater detail, or if Mr. Lockwood, Mr. Mosher, you just want to elaborate on Drainage issues are real. There's no doubt. It makes a lot of sense that there would be significant concerns on that, and of course, the parking reality. I have a question about, there's a no parking bylaw where nobody's supposed to be parking overnight without a dedicated parking spot on any street in North Grenville. So I was reflecting on the degree to which someone could come in and expect to have street parking when we have a bylaw 6 months a year, which, will fine people, and we have a very active bylaw department right now. So I don't know if that would be tolerated, but that doesn't speak to some of your other questions. But going back to drainage, can someone help us better understand where some of the drainage concerns are emerging? And then maybe Mr. Lockwood, you'd like to speak.
I can speak just from a staff perspective.
Yeah.
I'm not an engineer. I don't profess to be. It's why these documents get circulated to our Public Works Department for their review. They have reviewed the information and advised that, in their view, it satisfies the requirements for drainage.
Okay. Mr. Lockwood, do you have anything to add since we're on this? But you have to come down. And, I think in future, if we're anticipating, a major discussion on Public Works, it's probably helpful to have, the relevant engineer, to speak to it, to share that expertise with council, because clearly some concerns have been raised and they're technical in nature, so it's a...
Generally,
Yeah.
Corey Lockwood, Lockwood Brothers Construction. So that detailed grading and drainage plan that was there is quite an expensive document to get prepared, and that's generally something that's due at site plan control, not at this stage, because you're trying to reduce your risk and the expense. If you guys say no, that's
Understood.
Money wasted.
Yeah.
So that's why that gets usually dealt with at that point. I've worked with Maurice for many years. Ultimately, it's Corey Lockwood that's responsible if there's an issue with water in the basement or anything. It's not going to be the municipality, and it's not going to be the engineers. It's going to be me. So I have utmost confidence in Dan Moray and his team that what they've designed here, and from the year of or 8 months of testing that they did on those test pits, that's not going to be an issue. The water isn't going to be directed to the neighbors. It's going to be directed into there, and it'll. We did the exact same thing across the road. We've done those infiltration trenches on many different of these infill.
And across the road, you mean on Jack Street?
On Victoria Street.
On Victoria Street, with an infill, with
Jack Street is not, it was storm sewer there, so we were able to, but we did for a client, they severed off a lot across the road, and we did an infill development there.
Okay, with similar technology.
Exact same thing, and we have some projects that we did on George Street. We added 9 units into 100 meters of George Street, and we heard many of the same things that we're hearing here tonight, but the reality is we got 9 units and within 100 meters of the street and created housing for people. And the infill, there's some same stormwater drainage and whatnot that was done there, and it all functions and works perfectly. And if there's a problem with it, it's myself that has to deal with it. It's at our expense. And I'm very confident that this will work as well as the ones we've done in the past have.
Do you have anything to add?
Sure, thank you. So I'm Tracy Zander from Zander Plan, also not an engineer. My office did the planning work on this. Just with regard to parking, I guess my observation is certainly respect the comments from the neighborhood. The task is for us to show that there's sufficient parking on site to meet the zoning bylaw and the needs of the units, and I believe we've done that. I think the comments about not being able to get in and out and so on are really just the functionality, the operation of the site for the tenants. I can see there's 4 garage spaces, so perhaps each tenant gets one of those, and their second car goes behind their own car. So I think that that's a kind of an operational thing for the tenants that live in the building. But in terms of zoning, we have shown sufficient parking to meet the needs of the units. I think if I was there, I probably wouldn't try to back up the laneway to go out to the street. I think I'd be trying to turn around in the backyard so I could come out forward.
Is there sufficient space to do that in the back?
So the way that it was parked there, the way that it is right now with 8 cars, like that, of course there wouldn't be. But the reality of that being 8 cars, and again, we went through this on multiple projects, Perkins Mills across from the Holy Cross Church.
So what's there in Perkins Mills?
There's that's 6 units.
Yeah.
Infiltration trenches down in that property as well, and I no longer own that, but I don't know if there's ever been more than 5 vehicles in it, because there's an older person that rents it doesn't have a car. It's not 2-3 cars per household. It's different than a single-family home when you have a bachelor apartment in a basement. Like, I know one of the people that, like, a lot of the cars in the street have three vehicles. You can't live here and have 3 vehicles in your family. It just doesn't work, right? You can't park on the street, and you can't. It won't work. So again, we have to have different housing types. Not everybody's the same, and unfortunately, intensification is what has to happen to make stuff affordable. It really, and I don't envy you folks for the project like before, but it is it's what we need to do, and there's cost to deferring them exponentially down the road. It costs a lot of money to do that, and which just adds to the affordability issue, right? But I don't believe there'll ever be 8 cars in there. If they have guests over, of course, they're going to park on the street the same as anybody else parks on the street when they have company who come over. But
Only when the winter non-overnight parking bylaw is in effect,
exactly.
which is a major constraint. I confess, family members have gotten tickets because I have very limited parking on my property, so I've been vulnerable to. The reality is unfortunately in North Grenville, that winter parking bylaw is a serious constraint on how people utilize vehicles or have access to them or what have you. So, okay, so anyway, council colleagues, any other questions? I think we were trying to better discern some of the engineering concerns. I appreciate your clarification, Mr. Lockwood. And thank you, Councillor O'Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, to Mr. Lockwood. And so is it possible to turn around in the backyard and drive out rather than, I agree that I wouldn't want to be backing out there. You know, there's children, there's the sidewalk you're going to go encounter, and I wouldn't want to back out there. So is there an option?
So if you have 4 cars parked in front of the garage, it'd be very tight to turn around without turning around on the lawn. But again, I'm pretty sure that not everybody on Victoria Street drives out onto the road, right? There's a lot of vehicles that if you had to, you could back out there. The reality is that you're not going to have the 4 cars in front of the garages, and they'd be able to turn around and drive out. But I'm sure if we stood on that road in the morning, that not everybody's driving out of their driveway. The people are backing out onto the road. You're watching for pedestrians. And the reason we ended up with the garages in the back, because I didn't want something that looked like Barrhaven with all garage doors in the front and all your parking, and that was consciously done to keep that old look or historic look of the building to fit into the neighborhood. So we didn't have all asphalt across the front. The restriction, how close we are to the road is because we lined it up with the buildings that are already existing.
I think the ability to turn around in the backyard is going to vary from time to time. You know, there's going to be times when there's only 1 or 2 cars there, and then it would be easy to turn around. And you know, at a busy time or when somebody has guests or whatever, there may be 8 cars there. So, yeah.
You just had an additional question, is that right?
I did. It's not so much that, yes, I'm sure other people are backing out of their driveways as they're coming down, but because the other houses are further back and it's not as dense, there's fewer obstructions as you're coming back.
I understand.
And if it turns out that the cars that are associated to the lower units, if there are cars associated to the lower units, they're going to be parking in front of the house and maybe on either side of the driveway, which only further obstructs. That's the concern, not the fact that everybody's back.
But I think the building as drawn meets the zoning setback to the street, so that the setback of this building is no different than any other building with a car backing out onto the street. I don't think we're creating anything unique here. We're not reducing the building setback to the street as part of this proposal.
Actually, the new one looks like the proposed dwelling looks like it might be back further than the existing dwelling. Is the existing dwelling a duplex right now?
Yes.
Okay, so because I thought you'd said that every house was, or maybe it was you that said everyone was a single-family home, but this one's already a multi.
Yes, it is.
multi-unit.
There is a duplex on that street. I don't know if it was built like that originally, but you're right. It is built back in, I don't know, 100 years ago. And so it's been converted into a duplex.
This one here that's existing? Yeah, okay, thanks.
Okay. Council colleagues, anything else? Councillor Wilson, are you? Okay. Yes. Yes, thank you. Mr. Murray? Mm-hmm. So what, I'm going to repeat it for the public record. What would happen to the infiltration trench if someone ran their car over the area? Corey, can you speak to that?
So if they ran over the catch basin,
Mm-hmm.
depending on the size of the car, they could damage it,
Mm-hmm.
for sure. A small car probably wouldn't, but if they had a pickup
Mm-hmm.
truck, you might damage it and it'd have to be repaired.
Mm-hmm. And do you protect the catch basin then? Are there
The way
protections
they're-
around the?
The way they're built into the ground, it's got a steel lid on it, but they're made of like rigid plastic, the same as a culvert, so they can get damaged if
Okay.
someone was to drive across the catch basin, absolutely.
And what's your experience with previous developments where you've used similar
It's far enough
technologies?
off the road that we've never had
Okay.
issues with that.
And where is it proposed to be located? Can you just help me?
So it'd be,
And could you just have to move the mic because we can't quite hear
sorry.
you.
so where the curve of the road is, you can't really see
Can you
it
just
on-
move Corey's mic? So, yeah, there you go.
Sorry, it's kind of between the back of the house and the garage, halfway on that grassed area. There's a lawn drain
Sorry,
down
Corey,
in.
I'm just gonna, could we just switch to the drainage plan? I believe it's one forward.
Okay.
Maybe one back, just for, there, thank you.
Yeah, so you can but you can kind of see a square there where the lawn drain will go, and it's probably about 6 or 7 feet off the driveway on either side. Again, it's a tight site. The precautions are going to have to be made. Like you would want to, how we would instruct if we end up selling this to a homeowner is mark out where your catch basin is, so you're not burying that in snow. You're putting the snow on either side of it, so it doesn't block it from water coming in. There's a bit of education on that we would provide to our homeowners on how you got to look after this. It's the challenges of being on a tight site for sure.
Mhm. And have you built on similarly tight sites
Yes,
using
like
this technology?
Yeah, like when a lot of projects that we've done, people don't believe we'd ever fit them in. We did that modern house on Clothier Street. Everybody told me we'd never put a house in, and a lot of times you get once it's in, it's not as awful as it kind of seems at this stage.
Okay. Mr. Murray, any other question on the drainage front?
That's correct. Correct.
So the way this grading and drainage plan is set up, what happens when you have both the snow melt and the sump dumping water into the catch basin?
So the underside of the footing is not right on the rock, so there is the potential, and I know what you're wondering is, are you going to recycle the water, pump it around in a circle? A certain time of the year, that might happen. The footings are up high enough that it shouldn't be an issue to flood the basement out. The test pits that we did showed very little signs of groundwater even in the spring of the year. So it's not, that would be a completely different design if we were in an area that had high groundwater, right? And that's all the stuff that the Public Works is reviewing and the stages we're going through. Like, I don't want to build a house that's going to flood for somebody. Like, so again, it's my company that's responsible for that. So, and that, certain times of the year, would that water go around in a circle? It might, yes.
And in going around in a circle, what
Like
does that mean?
it pumps out of the sub pump, it would go in that infiltration trench, and there's a possibility it's gonna go down in the ground, some of it might not flow back under the house, or it just kind of, it'll recirculate it a little bit. And that was a question I had with Dan Morey when we were doing the design, but he was confident enough in the groundwater levels from monitoring when we dig those test pits, they're not only looking at the groundwater that day, they're looking at the color of the soil to see because they can tell where that high water level is, and it wasn't a concern on the site.
Okay. Yeah. And does Public Works, Mr. Mosher, Ms. Martin, review these plans? Have they taken a hard look at this?
Yes, Your Worship. So Public Works has received all the information, the letter that supplements the drainage plan itself, and they review that information. And the first round of comments, they provided, I think, 3 or 4 comments that we gave back to Corey. Mr. Morey addressed them, Dan, and we sent that back to Public Works just to say, did this account for the issues that you had raised? And they said yes.
Okay, so our Public Works Department has signed off on this proposed drainage plan?
Yes.
Okay, and that is their function in regards to this particular development?
Correct.
Okay, so the municipality of North Granville is standing behind this drainage plan?
Yeah.
Is that fair? Is that a fair statement?
I believe that's an accurate statement.
Right, because if our Public Works Department didn't have confidence in it, what would have happened?
They would have sent it back for further reviews until such a time as it could be approved.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Okay. Any other? We're perilously close to our curfew, council colleagues. And I believe Ms. Martin will be deferring your report this evening, given that it's 10:17. But at the present time, I believe there's a recommendation. I think we've heard, right? We've heard from residents in terms of the 2 concerns. Is there any remaining questions before I move to the staff recommendation? No? Okay, I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me. Okay. So the motion reads that council approve and enact bylaw 7422 to amend the comprehensive zoning bylaw 5012 to rezone the lands legally described as 810 Victoria Avenue, part of Joseph Adams block of Registered Plan 11. Who is Joseph Adams, I wonder? Geographic town of Kemptville, now the municipality of North Grenville, to rezone the property from residential first density to residential second density, zone to permit the development of a semi-detached dwelling, to reduce the minimum required lot frontage for each dwelling, and to reduce minimum setbacks from driveways adjacent to the neighboring lots. To address the recommendation, I'll need a mover and a seconder. So I'm canvassing colleagues. Mover and a seconder. Okay. O'Sullivan and Strachan. So colleagues, do you have any other questions in regards to this? I guess I just want to circle back to the parking because I hear you. I hear that the parking may or may not represent a challenge. I think I guess it really depends on who occupies the units. And I don't know what you're seeing in other parts of North Grenville where you built similarly. Maybe you can elaborate.
Any of the projects that we've done before, Jack Street, the affordable housing project, that we've followed the municipal parking bylaws, we just haven't had issues with it. I mean, if someone parks illegally, of course we can't control that at all times, but we have not had issues with the municipal parking requirements affecting our projects negatively.
Ms. Martin, are you aware of any bylaw issues when it comes to infill developments, right? There's no doubt this introduces a more intensive use, right, on that street, but in other infill developments, are you hearing much? You now oversee bylaw services, so I just wanted to ask the question.
Thank you, Your Worship. Specifically, without having a property or a certain area of town that you would like me to focus on, I wouldn't have that level of detail that you'd be looking for in regards to infill. What I can say is that when we do address infill development, parking is a consideration. To that end, I'm not aware of in recent memory of any infill developments where we've allowed for a reduced parking standard beyond what the zoning's required. We are complaint-based, so if there is a parking concern, individuals can contact bylaw, but without a specific address or location, I'm not able to provide you with some of the general data that you're looking for.
And do we track that moving forward, given the realities of residential intensification?
Not on a property by property basis. We don't set pinpoints for, you know, say specifically, we're going to just monitor the parking in the specific location on Victoria Street. However, what we can track are the complaints that do come in. We do document every complaint that comes in through our system, and there's a process in which the complaint is investigated, whether it's parking or another bylaw matter. So there is a record of that. And we've implemented a new software system in Brecken that helps us track that, so we're able to get more data over time. Now, given it's been not quite a year with that system, but moving forward, the intent would be able to pull reports and data to see where are we issuing more tickets, where are the areas that we're receiving more complaints on. But again, given just kind of the newness of that system, we're not at that point to be able to provide that specific data at this time.
Okay, and in terms of, again, just a last Public Works question, or certainly it was noted that the sidewalk, right, is on the side of the street where this development is happening. As we infill, as we develop, I know it's atypical in North Grenville to have sidewalks on both sides of the street, but I would like to ask that Public Works give consideration to where we do have infill developments to potentially providing that as an option. Again, would I think be a more proactive measure, just understanding sort of the realities of how the street's been used and will continue to be used. So is that a note that can be made? I assume that this street could accommodate another sidewalk, or certainly that question must be asked.
We can certainly provide the feedback to the Director of Public Works in regards to into the matter. But I wouldn't have that specific answer for you this evening.
No, I understand. Okay. And perhaps in future, it would be good to have our Director of Public Works here for issues relating to drainage and parking, just because she has some knowledge of our public works infrastructure. Okay. Okay, council colleagues, I will call the vote. I see no other questions. All in favor, please. The motion is on the table. Do I have any opposition? I'm not seeing opposition. Okay, it passes. Amy, I'm going to defer your report, and we are going to move to confirmation bylaw and adjournment. Right? Thank you. Thank you, Jessica. So be it resolved that bylaw 101-22 to confirm the proceeding of council at its regular meeting held on December 14th be adopted and passed. I'm going to ask Ms. Wilson and Strachan to move in second, and I will call the question. All in favor? And I'm going to move to adjournment, colleagues, and I'll ask that O'Sullivan and Strachan, is that the same people? Nope. Be resolved that this regular meeting of council adjourn at 10:23 p.m. And I'll call the question on that. All in favor? Okay, we are adjourned.